Board. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming a quorum.
All right, we have 3 items of closed session this evening. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, 3 items, 1B and C. 1A is conference with labor negotiators. City representatives identified on the agenda. The employee organization under discussion is Unit 6, AFSCME Local 101. 1B is conference with real property negotiators for property at 525 Matthew Street. City manager and others as the city's designated negotiators, and under negotiation is price and terms for acquisition of real estate. And then finally, 1C, public performance evaluation, title City Attorney.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any public comment online? I see no one in the audience here. Those items. Okay, we will adjourn to closed session and be back at 7 p.m. for the regular meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Santa Clara City Council and Santa Clara Stadium Authority. Could you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk?
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement says members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. So good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone numbers shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move now to the council agenda. Reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council did meet on all 3 items listed on the agenda, 1A, B, and C. I participated in items 1A and B and can report that there was no reportable action with respect to those items.
And we have no reportable action on the 3rd item. Thank you. So now, City Manager, you have an introduction for us this evening.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I want to take this moment to introduce a new member of our city team who is on her 2nd day. Afsha Hamid joins us as our new Community Development Director. She comes to us from the town of Moraga. Prior to that, the city of Vallejo, as well as the city of Concord. Afsha has an amazing background in community development and planning, and throughout her career, she's really worked to improve long-term development outcomes. She's worked on, very important to our downtown, form-based code, objective design standards, and robust community engagement. And we're so happy to have Asha join our team, and I would like her to just give a brief welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm really excited to be in this community. I'm looking forward to serving the council, the senior leadership team, city manager, and especially the residents and businesses of Santa Clara. So this is an exciting period for planning, and I'm excited to help lead the way. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you and welcome to the Santa Clara family. We're happy to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on with continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any from the council, the staff, or the public? All right, seeing none, we will continue with our special order of business. So, for our first special order of business this evening, the City of Santa Clara recognizes November 2024 as Native American Heritage Month. Native American Heritage Month recognizes the rich cultural history and traditions of Native Americans and Alaska Native communities. The 2020 U.S. Census reported that 9.7 million people identify as American Indian and Alaskan Native throughout the United States. This month and every day, it is important to recognize the contributions of the indigenous peoples and celebrate their thriving culture today in the Bay Area. This evening, we are honored to have the Indian Health Center of Santa Clara Valley with us. Founded in 1970, the center became a federally qualified health center in 1993 and provides high-quality medical and wellness services to American Indians, Alaskan Natives, and all people throughout the valley. I now invite Vernon Medicine Cloud, Intertribal Resource Director, and A. Wayne Blackfeet Scott, Operations and Risk Management Compliance Officer, representing the Indian Health Center, to the podium to say a few words. Please come forward. We're honored to have you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. Thank you, City of Santa Clara Council. I just have a few words here to say. I would like to start by offering immense gratitude to the first people of these lands. Thank you to our Ohlone relatives to allowing us to gather on your ancestral territories. I'm overjoyed to accept the Native American Heritage Month proclamation on behalf of the Indian Health Center of Santa Clara Valley. We celebrate the legacy of courage, strength, and resilience of the first peoples of this nation. As Indigenous people, we have endured multiple forms of genocide, and yet, despite our grief, we continue to live lives that are full of courage, love, and hope. Native American Heritage Month is an invitation to remember and honor Indigenous people and our spirit of generosity and harmony. Indigenous knowledge, systems, and tradition healing practices have been central to the survival of American Indians and Alaska Natives for centuries. Though we have experienced unimaginable hardships, our traditional ways guide us and restore balance in our hearts and our minds. What makes the Indian Health Center so special is that we provide services rooted in traditional healing. For many of our patients, IHC is just not a place where they receive their primary care, but it is often the home away from home for our relatives who have been removed from their ancestral homelands and traditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Indian Health Center for your service to our community. We appreciate it so much, and we'd like to give you this proclamation. Would you please, both of you, please join us up front here in the council, if you'd join me down for a photo. Thank you. Okay, now for our next item, the City of Santa Clara recognizes National Nurse Practitioner Week, which fell on November 10th through November 16th this year. We're just a tiny bit late. But there's always the opportunity to recognize our nurses, our nurse practitioners. I understand the recipients this evening were not available last week, so we're honored to recognize this item today. The week highlights the essential contributions of nurse practitioners in providing primary, acute, and specialty health care and addressing the gaps in access to primary care. More than 1 billion visits annually are made to nurse practitioners in providing primary, acute, and specialty health care throughout the county, and a nurse practitioner serve as a provider of choice for many Santa Clarans. We are incredibly grateful for the commitment and expertise that our nurse practitioners bring to our lives. Sue Houchin is a legislative representative for the Silicon Valley chapter of the California Association of Nurse Practitioners, and she is also a Santa Clara resident. So I'd like to invite Sue to the podium to say a few words. Welcome, Sue. If you want to speak and pull the microphone over to you. Everyone at home wants to hear you as well.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, you covered a lot of what I had in my speech, so I can cut it back.
It's okay, you can repeat.
All right. So I came here in person to receive this proclamation, which our chapter of the nurse practitioners really, really appreciates it. And we had one from last year, which I actually showed off at our meeting last Tuesday. That was the conflict with last Tuesday. So, let me see here. So nurse practitioners, you pretty well covered what kinds of places they work in. And there's an official statement I'd like to read that says, nurse practitioners provide compassionate and quality care across the lifespan. NPs, nurse practitioners, are able to diagnose and treat conditions as primary care providers in addition to providing preventative and specialty care. And they're in all kinds of different specialties that you can think of. And they're usually trained on the job in those areas by the doctors or other more experienced nurse practitioners. And I was a specialist in orthopedics at Kaiser Santa Teresa. And I was trained to read x-rays of bones mostly and explain conditions to patients and give cortisone shots. I gave lots of cortisone shots. But that saved the orthopedic surgeons time when they would be giving shots and not talking to their patients preparing for surgery or being in the surgery suite. So they liked it quite well. And being a nurse practitioner, you're able to order x-rays, MRIs, lab tests, ultrasound, and special procedures if you're taught by the doctors and they've cleared you and said you're ready to do it. We also, as you said, I am the legislative rep. We've had a couple more, but I think I'm the only one at this point. And we maintain close relationships with our local legislators to try to keep them informed about our profession, and we give them our numbers, phone numbers, to call if they have questions about any healthcare issues. And we've invited them to our meetings. We have every other month as an educational meeting, and we invite them for maybe the first 15 minutes to speak. And and also there's a National Nurse Practitioner Association, so we also reach out to our local Congress members, Ro Khanna, Zoe Lofgren, and Jimmy Panetta. So we do appreciate very much this proclamation. I will take it back to the group. Our next meeting is December, and I will show it off. And again, thank you so much for being so thoughtful to us.
Thank you, Sue, and to all the nurses who continue to care and support those in our community in need. We appreciate all your good work. Could you please, whoever you have with you, would you like to join us up here for a photo? Whoever you'd like. Can you speak in the microphone, please, Sue? Do you mind? Sorry.
Yes, Lori Granberry is with me here today. She's our local president, and she works at Valley Medical Center. She's still employed, came straight from work. She was still charting this evening.
Wow, thank you,
Still a few
Lori.
minutes ago.
Please join us up front here. Thank you. Okay, those are our only specials orders of business this evening. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion. I have to say, for the record, I have to abstain on item 3I and 3J, and they're both Mills Axe contracts, one for 1365 Main Street, 3I, the other for 811 Monroe Street. I own property that's somewhat near both of those properties, so I'll be abstaining on those two items in the consent calendar. Okay. Councilmember Jane?
I too need to recuse on item 3J, 811 Monroe Street. It's close to my house.
All right, is there anyone else on the council that would like to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none, anyone in the public like to pull an item for discussion? Councilman Vice Mayor Becker.
Make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve the consent calendar in a second. City Clerk noting the abstentions, my two and Councilmember Jane. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, duly noted.
Okay, please register your vote on the consent calendar, noting abstentions. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We are going to move on now to, I believe, public presentations. Make sure. Got a lot of consent calendar items. Okay. Public presentations, these are reserved for items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any member of the public that's here in the chambers? Well, if you'd like to make a presentation, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Greg Larson, city resident since 1983. Dear Mayor Gilmore and council members, you may recall I spoke before the city in June of 2022 to express my concern for the livelihood of our Modesto ash trees. After working with the city arborist, I appreciate the city's efforts to preserve our Modesto ash trees. But nature is a deciding force all its own. Last February, a major storm toppled several Modesto ash trees in our neighborhood, including one of our 2 trees. In the city blocks on Wade Avenue between Barclay and Donovan, only 1 Modesto ash trees, where before almost every house on that venue had a Modesto ash. Our tree was removed in February and recently replaced with a purple ash tree, I'd like to thank City Arborist Esteban Benuelos and Team Leader Felipe Ramirez for their care and professionalism in dealing with us and our trees. This is our old tree after they had taken part of it off. And this is our new tree.
Oh, nice.
Feel free to visit. Don't let your dog pee on the tree. Thank you. And next, this is an FYI for the city, as the creeks are in the jurisdiction of our Santa Clara Valley Water District. With the first major rain of the season about 2 weeks ago, we saw accumulated trash washed into the San Tomas Aquino Creek. The photos show the accumulated trash washed into the creek from Monroe Avenue to almost Walsh. There are hundreds of pounds of trash and recyclables there. And somebody please tell Captain America vibranium is not as strong as he thinks it is. This is all collected trash. This is further down after the waterfall by the Caltrains track. This is tons of bicycle parts, rims, frames, and everything underneath there. And then also, oh, no, got too ahead of myself. One major source of trash is homeless encampments too close to the creek. A heavy rain raises the creek level several feet and washes their clothing, bicycles, food, toiletries, etc., down the channel. No use to them, and also a lot of trash in the creek. Did I get 2 minutes or 3?
3.
Three,
You got
okay.
30
All right.
seconds left.
I'll speed it up then. So all picture trash was collected, and now it's waiting removal by the Water District. The photo here is one major contributor to, well, a minor contributor is the tennis balls that end up in the creek. These go there and accumulate during the dry periods, and they stay there until the first rain washes them down. October 3rd, I collected 95 tennis balls in the creek, and this is the major contributor. This is the practice wall. There's the pathway, there's the creek. So misfit balls go over the 3-foot-high fence, end up in the creek. If you could find some way to put a barrier, either netting or something more permanent, it'd be appreciated.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you very much. Next, we have Brian. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to thank everybody. I was going to quote a bunch of statistics, but I won't do that. Just one. In the summer, for just state legislature, $168 million was spent lobbying just during the summer by just 2 organizations, what they call big tech and big oil. I don't really know what that means. I guess the big oil companies. $500 million was spent with all lobbyists just for the first nine months of this year. $1 billion was spent. $870 million was spent by Vice President Harris, and about $325 million was spent by President-elect Trump. All this money comes from somewhere. It does come partially, a lot of it. This is not counting what was spent by PACs. So I'd just like to ask people who do this, mainly rich people and companies, I'm not faulting them, they have a right to express themselves. Citizens United reminds us of that, is that it gives a perspective of us as citizens that, quite honestly, we don't have really any say. Now, I know that's not true here. Actually, this is one of the most open forums that I've been to. But it gives us a perspective. There was a loss of a young man at one of the high schools. And people are talking about bullying and people's children, and this particular campaign season was really nasty, I thought, very nasty. And I'd just like to say to both sides or all sides, I'm sorry, because I don't feel that way about any of you. I think, and I don't feel that way about the people in San Jose. I don't even feel that way about President-elect Trump. He won. We're going to do the best we can. But there is a perspective that we need to remember. And mine is, I go back to 1990, and we took a picture. We sent up Voyager 1 through the rings of Saturn of this pale blue dot. This is where we all live, all of us, doesn't matter who you are, on this little tiny blue dot. And this is where we make our stand as a species. And I don't know, if that doesn't shake you up, then everything else we're doing here is moot if we lose this pale blue dot, and we can. It has happened in the past. Could be climate change. It could be a nuclear war. Could be a lot of things. It could be a horrible depression. It is something we should remember, that we could lose it. But this is where we make our stand, and we make it for our kids. And I think that's really important to remember. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Thank you, Brian. Same to you. Happy Thanksgiving. Anyone else, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. I'm speaking tonight solely as a resident and voter in Santa Clara. I feel compelled to address you after hearing a recent public comment by a former city council candidate. He compared attack ads against him to the bullying of a child, a comparison I find troubling and deeply inappropriate. What makes it especially galling is that the same candidate benefited from attack ads supporting his candidacy. You can't have it both ways. That said, my focus tonight is on the broader issue of negative campaigning that we as voters were subjected to during the recent election season. These are difficult matters to discuss, but I feel they are essential for the health of our community. First, I want to express my deep respect and appreciation for the Santa Clara Police Department. Over the years, the department has been an exceptional partner to our schools and community. Participating in the Citizens Police Academy in 2018 was a transformative experience for me. I often draw on what I learned to share the value of our police force with others. I'm also thrilled by the department's innovative work on the BRAVE program, which has replaced the old DARE program. By focusing on issues such as bullying prevention, BRAVE has received glowing praise already from teachers, students, and parents alike. But tonight I must make a difficult plea regarding the Police Union's Political Action Committee, or their PAC. I fully recognize and support the SCPD's union's right to operate a PAC and support candidates of its choosing. I also understand that individual officers cannot control the PAC's campaign messaging. However, I urge the officers of SCPD to advocate strongly within their union for positive campaigning. In this past election, my household received what felt like a daily barrage of attack mailers against our city council member from the Santa Clara Police Association PAC and others. These mailers targeted one of our council members with false and misleading statements, including a claim that the council member refused to sign an ethics pledge, something the city clerk has confirmed is unequivocally false. All candidates signed it. Even more troubling was the image used in at least one mailer, which many in the community, including myself, found racially insensitive. While I believe all campaign material should aspire to honesty, I would argue that it's critical that the Santa Clara Police Department Association's campaign efforts uphold the highest ethical standards. The PAC's messages inevitably reflect on the entire police department and influence public trust in law enforcement. Scrupulous fairness in campaigning isn't just desirable, it's essential. Lastly, I want to remind everyone here of the fundamental truth the voters made clear in this election. The divisive and misleading narrative promoted by certain factions, including in these attack ads, were soundly rejected. Instead, voters overwhelmingly supported the council members who have taken responsible, measured steps to address our city's financial challenges and guide us to a more stable future. Santa Clara deserves campaigns that inform and unite, not divide. I hope that all involved in our city's politics, including influential groups like the SCPD PAC, will embrace this principle going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? All right, online we have 2669. Please go ahead. Unmute yourself. 2669, please unmute. There you go.
Yes, good evening. My name is James Brown. I'd like to wish everyone in the audience, the city staff, and the city council happy Thanksgiving. And my dog does too. Why do we have Thanksgiving? Well, we have Thanksgiving because of the Pilgrims. The Pilgrims came to the United States because they were afraid of people investigating and going to churches. We heard in recent articles, a half a millennium later, that Raul Chandak was sending investigators to look at civil grand jurors attending Mass. Ladies and gentlemen, if you serve on a grand jury, if you serve on a jury with a case involving the 49ers, do you now must go into a catacomb like the early Christians if you want to attend Mass? Sadly, 90 years ago, The Nuremberg laws were developed after the Office of Jewish Affairs of one country we know so well investigated Jews meeting with Christians in places of business to discuss things of state. The 49ers become another group of people that want to look at people's religious meetings. Ladies and gentlemen, we have religious tolerance. Last week, a great presentation on the Sikh religion was made. But now we see, with the testimony of a recent trial, that Roel Chanduk and Jed York now want to become investigators of people going to Mass, which, as you know, culminates with people greeting each other and welcoming each other and talking to each other about public affairs. Therefore, I ask all of you to consider what would happen if one of these grand jurors decided to sue the 49ers for stalking him or her based on Mr. Chanduk's testimony. Indeed, maybe they would get back the $10 million that were used to buy 3 city council members. Again, have a happy Thanksgiving. And again, please respect places of worship as places where everyone goes to worship. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other city clerk. Okay. We're going to move on now to our first item of public hearing. It's item number 5, public hearing, action on an environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, general plan amendment from high-intensity office research and development to newly created urban center mixed use and urban center residential mixed use land use designations, a rezoning to PD, plan development, a vesting tentative subdivision map, and introduction of an ordinance to approve a development agreement for a mixed-use project at 3005 Democracy Way, comprised of up to 1,800 units, approximately 1.8 million square feet of residential uses, up to 3 million square feet of office research and development, approximately 100,000 square feet of retail, and approximately 10,000 square feet of child care facilities, option A, with the project alternative, option B, that allows for the flexibility of up to an additional 800 dwelling units for a total of up to 2,600 residential units, with a corresponding reduction in office research and development square footage to 2.2 million square feet. So I'll declare the public hearing open. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council, Javon Grogan, City Manager, and to the public, both those at home. Mayor, that was a long title. Part of that was in my intro, so I'll skip over a bit. The Mission Point by Kylie project that was initially submitted to the city, many of you will remember back in 2017, has been substantially revised based on the result of the city's initial review period and feedback from the Federal Aviation Administration. Tonight, the applicants have prepared for you 2 development options for consideration, option A and option B, in the mayor's introduction. And as you will hear in the staff presentation, the main difference is 800 additional residential units in option B and approximately an $800,000 decrease in the proposed R&D office area. In each option, the project proposes parks, open space, a multi-use trail, bike paths, as well as enhanced pedestrian connections. The project is proposed with a development agreement for an initial 10 years with up to 3 5-year extensions based on performance milestones or payments to the city for each extension. The project is also proposing community benefits that exceed the typical city requirements and provide a greater depth of housing affordability, a grocery store, a child care facility, public art, and payments to the city for regional transit improvements or regional traffic improvements and fire department equipment. The project has also undergone extensive fiscal analysis to determine its impact on the city's general fund over time. It has been determined that the project is fiscally positive to the general fund with the net amount at full build out of $4 million for option A and $3.1 million for option B. The City Council will hear a presentation tonight that will review the proposed actions that are before you. That presentation will be provided by Rena Briel, our new Director of Economic Development and Sustainability. I also, as Rena comes to the podium, would like to thank her for her work in the Community Development Department, most recently as our Acting Community Development Director. Rena, thank you.
Is this part of your job description? I want to know. Your new one.
Probably some parts of it, yes.
Okay, good.
And thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight's item is for the City Council to consider 5 actions that are associated with the Mission Point by Kylie development proposal. This project site is 48.6 acres in size and is located at 3005 Democracy Way. Specifically for the council tonight are the following requests: that the council consider the approval and certification of the project's EIR along with the statement of overriding considerations, to consider a general plan amendment from the current designation of high-intensity office R&D to 2 newly created land use designations, Urban Center Mixed Use and Urban Center Mission Point, to rezone the site from its current zoning designation of high-intensity office R&D to a planned development PD zoning district with unique development standards, to also approve a vesting tentative subdivision map and a development agreement. Before any buildings are constructed on this site, each of those buildings will also need to go through a subsequent architectural review process. So this is not the only approval for the city for this project, but subsequent architectural review approvals will be necessary as well. To orient all of us, this project is on the south side of Tasman Drive between Patrick Henry Drive and Old Ironsides. To the south is a SFPUC, so that's the San Francisco Public Utility Commission right-of-way. And to the very south of the project site, we're just seeing the very tip of it here on this site plan, is the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan. The site currently has 4 light industrial buildings that are fronting onto Tasman, and the remainder of the site is vacant and is utilized by Levi Stadium for events for parking. Democracy Way, which you see here today, is proposed to be vacated and will be replaced with another east-west connection. So this project does date back to 2017 in October when a general plan amendment was submitted to the city. And at that time, the scope of the project was more substantial than what we're looking at today. So that included 3.5 million square feet of office R&D, 400,000 square feet of office amenity hotel, 6.1 million square feet, which was 6,000 units, residential units, 600,000 square feet of retail, and 600 feet in height. So at that time, the city had a process, an early consideration process for our general plan amendments. And so this item was brought forward to the City Council in January of 2018. The City Council gave the go-ahead and told staff to continue processing this general plan amendment. So in July of 2018, the applicants submitted the PD zoning and the CEQA process began. And when we start a CEQA process for an environmental impact report, we always start with an NOP, a notice of preparation. And what that does is give notice to the public and agencies so that they're aware that we're preparing this environmental document. What would they like us to include in the analysis? Well, through that NOP process, the San Jose Airport Department provided comments that they thought the building heights as proposed could be not in conformance with FAA regulations. And at that time, the applicants reached out to the FAA and worked with them. They then notified the city in September of 2019 to pause the review of the city's application because they would certainly be resubmitting a different kind of application that was reduced in size. And so in March of 2022, this project was resubmitted, and the scope is 3 million square feet of office R&D, 1,800 residential units, 100,000 square feet of commercial, 10,000 square feet of childcare facilities, and heights that are going to vary throughout the project site that is really based on FAA feedback heights that vary between a maximum of 123 feet to a maximum of 192 feet. So the plan development zoning includes several chapters, including the development plan and land uses, parkland and open space, streets and streetscapes, and then the design guidelines and standards. Today, there are 2 new general plan land use designations that are proposed with this project. Urban Center Mixed Use, and that is a designation intended for high-rise commercial or residential development. And if residential development were to occur in this designation, it would have densities that range between 60 to 250 dwelling units to the acre. Urban Center Mission Point is another designation, and that is an exclusively non-residential designation. It's a commercial designation which would allow for commercial R&D uses and a minimum FAR of 1.5. The development plan is divided into 4 quadrants, A, B, C, and D. Just to orient you, to the north is Tasman, to the south is the SFPUC. And the Vacation of Democracy Way is proposed, and you'll see a new street, Kiley Drive, east-west. I'll get into more details on that. Parkland, 3 parks are proposed. The Gateway Park, which is the park to the north, opening up to Tasman Drive, that is 1.1 acres in size as proposed. It is intended to invite guests in. It has interfaces with really the non-residential component, office component of the project. It's more passive landscaping, areas to linger. The Central Green Park is in the middle. It's about 2 acres in size. Also, diverse landscaping, less, I would say, in terms of active playground uses because of, once again, the proximity to the non-residential. And then the South Park area is the largest park at 4.1 acres in size. It will have programmed areas for play space. And also at the very bottom is a multimodal trail, the Santa Clara Trail, which will be by running east-west and not on the SFPUC, but on this particular property, parallel to it, and it will be for pedestrians and cyclists. In the residential component of this project, there is private open space that is proposed that would include outdoor and indoor spaces. There are streetscape design standards. Each street in this area has a specified width, particular types of bike lanes that are proposed, either Class 4 or Class 2, sidewalk widths, and I'll get into some more details shortly. The new Kiley East-West Drive does not fully run east-west. It actually does not bisect the park from a vehicular standpoint, so it dead ends or stubs, I should say, at the park. However, bicyclists and pedestrians will be able to follow the pathways into the park. Some things to point out about the design guidelines and standards with the PD zoning. The building heights are prescribed by development area, once again, based on the FAA feedback. Setbacks are included, upper story building step backs, so that's really intended to decrease the massing at the top of larger buildings. Building modulation, so we don't have blank walls as we're walking down the street, but there's a good rhythm to how the buildings are broken, not broken, but breaking up their massing. And then ground floor design, we actually have requirements for fairly tall first floors so that there's active engagement with the pedestrian realm and retail has good visibility and presence. There's also standards for vehicle and bicycle parking. In terms of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, there are Class 4 bicycle lanes that will be included on Patrick Henry Drive and on Old Ironside Drive. Class 2 bicycle lanes that will be included on the Kiley East-West Drive as well as on the project frontage along Tasman. Once again, the new multi-use trail, the Santa Clara Trail along the southern perimeter. And then there's going to be north-south connections that are very intentional where the park, the north and central and south parks are proposed. Currently, there's inadequate sidewalks in this area. Some parts of this frontage don't actually have sidewalks. Some of those sidewalks are broken. All of that is going to get updated with sidewalks throughout and improvements. Parking. So for this particular PD zoning, there are some standards that are different than the city code around parking. If we applied our city standards to the total square footages that were proposed today, there would be about 11,000 spaces that would be provided. However, the standards that the applicant's proposing with the PD zoning result in about 9,000 spaces. And I can get into more detail on that if you want later. However, that actually issue is moot, I should say, because there's a state law, AB 2907, that says that local agencies cannot enforce parking regulations from a zoning standpoint. So while the parking standards are interesting, they're not something that the city is going to be able to enforce. We have included a standard in the development agreement because that is an agreement with the city and or private property that would be able to be enforced. I'll be able to share what that is when we talk about the DA terms. The vesting tentative subdivision map includes the creation of 5 parcels, 1 for each of the 4 different development areas, and then 1 for a potential SVP substation if it's necessary in the future. Affordable housing, the project is proposing voluntarily to produce deeper levels of affordability than the city would normally see in our affordable housing ordinance. So the ordinance says 15% of the units will be affordable, but they will be affordable to individuals or households, I should say, making 100% of the annual median income, that all of those units average out to that. What the applicants are proposing is a deeper level of affordability for those 15 units so that they average out to 80%, I should say, affordable to individuals at the 80% area median income. That is actually an important distinction for the city because at 80% AMI, units can actually be counted for our RENA to be lower income units. So that's a very important distinction between 100% and 80%. Non-residential portion of this project is also going to be contributing to affordable housing. So this is the payment of fees that's in our affordable housing ordinance. And because this is a large project, these fees are rather substantial. So depending on the option that the council chooses, as well as really how the applicant implements the breakdown of different commercial uses on the site, this project would be paying an office rate of $30.83 per square foot and an R&D light industrial rate of $15.41 per square foot. That translates to about $34 million to $92 million that the city could receive, depending once again on the option of development and how uses are actually, how they come to fruition with the plan. And that's a good amount of money that the city will be able to leverage off-site for other projects to subsidize affordable housing elsewhere in the city. Project option A. So we are calling this project option A for a particular reason, which is we had analyzed this project with this particular project description: 1,800 units, 3 million square feet of office R&D, 100,000 square feet of retail, and then 10,000 square feet of child care facilities. At the October 23rd Planning Commission meeting, the applicants had shared that they have an alternative in their EIR that actually offered more residential units. Should the city be interested in that alternative, they wanted to be clear that that had already been studied in the environmental impact report. So because of that, we also now have an option B. The Planning Commission decided that they were interested in learning more about that option. The hearing was continued to November 6th, notices were sent out, and staff did some analysis because we had done fiscal analysis of option A, so we also did fiscal analysis of option B. And option B adds 800 more units specifically to Area C. So that was previously an area that was going to be exclusively non-residential. And it will then have a commensurate amount of a decrease in R&D and office of 2.2 million square feet versus 3 million square feet in option A. It includes 100,000 square feet of commercial retail, 10,000 square feet of childcare facilities. So the DA term here is proposed at 10 years, and a DA is really intended to allow for usually the exchange of a longer time to build out a project in phases in exchange for the city to receive some additional benefits. Here, the term at 10 years also is proposed with 3 different extensions that could be made in 5-year increments. And what those extensions are based on is whether or not the project achieves certain milestones with the delivery of affordable housing, parks, and grocery store and childcare, or if they don't make those milestones with the project, there is also an option as proposed for the applicants to pay a fee. And the first fee is set at $1 per a square foot, which would then also be subject to CPI. And that's for any amount of square footage of the entire program that has not yet been built. So that would be payable to the city. And then if extension 2 is requested, there's more items that need to, still in the range of affordable housing, parks, grocery store, and childcare. But that fee option then goes to $1.50 a square foot. So it would be a second fee. We'd receive the first fee. Then there would be a second fee that's at a higher level of $1.50 per square foot, subject to CPI. And then 5 years after that, more project milestones or the delivery of, or the payment of a $2 fee subject to CPI. And once again, the fee is related to the parts of the project that have not yet been built, the square footage. And I hope I said this, it's per square foot, so it's not a $2 payment, it's $2 per square foot. Maybe that's obvious, but I wanted to make sure I got that on the record correctly. Development agreement, community benefits, option A. So as I mentioned, affordable housing here is the biggest community benefit of this project. We all know that affordable housing costs quite a bit to produce. Here, we would get 15% of those units at 80% at the lower income level. That's going to be helpful for the city. Grocery store and childcare. So 10,000 square foot grocery store, 8,000 square foot childcare facility. That applicant's requirement is that they build the core and shell and that they actively market it for a period of 3 years. And then the other requirement is for parks, open space, and trails. So here we would have a minimum 1.5 acre for dedicated park land that would include play areas for children, as well as a requirement for the applicant to maintain the park for 40 years and public access to any of those private open spaces to the public that are at the ground floor. In addition, the project would be required to build $5 million in value of public art that's visible or accessible to the public. They would need to pay $3.5 million in order for the fire department to purchase a fire engine and tractor-drawn aerial apparatus, pay a $3 million fee, or I should say up to $3 million. It's really $1 per square foot for office and R&D for regional traffic improvements. And then construction sales and use tax. So this is so that construction contractors are obliged to designate the construction site as a job site so that the city would receive our sales and use tax for the purchase of any of the construction materials. This is important that the city get that sales and use tax assigned to us and it not go to the county pool. And then the minimum residential parking. So this is what I spoke about earlier. So here, the requirement that's in the DA, so this is the enforceable parking standard, would be that a minimum of 1 parking space per residential unit would be provided with the project, with the caveat that 25% of the parking spaces that are provided could be shared to different uses. And the reference in the DA is specific to a section of our zoning code that talks about shared parking. And what this really says is that it's intended for the shared uses that are utilizing these parking spaces to actually not have peak overlap in their usage. So an example of this would be office and residential Their peak usages are different from each other in terms of times of day, but for instance, retail and residential may not have peak usage times that are different. They may overlap quite a bit. So it is specifically to provide 25% of the spaces they provide to other uses as well. So with option B, there's an additional benefit, which is because this is more residential in an area that will now have residential that wasn't proposed to have residential, is a requirement to have at a minimum a dedication of 1.5 acres of parkland in Area C should any residential development occur in Area C. So the CEQA process of the EIR included a 45-day review period, and this is from November 17th of 2023 to January 2nd of this year. We did receive 8 comment letters. They were all addressed in the final EIR. The EIR identifies several areas where there are impacts, but most of these areas have mitigations that are reduced to less than significant with those mitigations in place. The EIR, however, does also indicate that 2 areas, unique aspects of air quality and noise, are going to have significant impacts that are unavoidable because there are mitigation measures, but they will not be able to decrease them to less than significant. I want to point out that those unique areas related to air quality and noise are related specifically to the construction of the project, not the long-term operation of the project. Therefore, because this is, these 2 areas have significant unavoidable impacts, there is a need for the City Council to approve a statement of overriding considerations if they are to adopt the EIR. So with option B, the short story here is that it was studied in the EIR. There was no need to recirculate it. That option B does not provide any more severe impacts than option A, and to some degrees, in some sections, actually is less impactful. And so option B has been fully studied in the EIR. There's been a lot of community outreach for the project. The applicant has hosted 11 community meetings from November 17th to June of 2023. This included focused neighborhood meetings with neighborhoods such as Adobe Wells and Sunnyvale and Rivermark. And then there were also meetings that were available to residents citywide or to all members of the public, and areas where they focused on specific topics like parkland and open space. So I'm not going to read the Planning Commission recommendation because we're going to get a chance to read pretty much all of that in a little bit. But I want the council to know that the Planning Commission recommended option B. However, they also took an action for 3 additional motions. They wanted the council to seriously consider additional parking for the project to be successful. That raised concerns with the Planning Commission. They also wanted a condition of approval added to the PD zoning, and I do want to let you know that that condition has been added. It's G10 of the conditions of approval. It is to encourage the owners and any contractors or subcontractors working on the project to evaluate local hiring local labor, hiring from or contributing to approved accredited apprenticeship programs, increasing resources for labor compliance, and providing living wages during the development of the project. And the Planning Commission also recommended the council, and this isn't about the project per se, but in general, they would like the council to engage with the state of California about the cumulative impacts of state-mandated high-density housing policies on the environment and city resources, given concerns over long-term sustainability as land and resources continue to diminish. So the staff is recommending option B for the council for 3 reasons. The fiscal analysis shows that both option A and option B are both substantially fiscally positive. Now, option A is more fiscally positive than option B. However, the fiscal analysis does assume the full build-out of the project. And what option B provides is an opportunity to provide flexibility for this project by allowing office or residential to happen in Area C. And because of this, we know that the market for new construction office right now is very weak. There's a higher demand for residential for sure, and this may allow option C to develop in a shorter time frame. When redevelopment happens for a property, that's when reassessment occurs, and so the city would be able to receive, assuming the project would move forward quicker, revenue sooner because of increased property tax. But really, option B is providing also benefits because of the 800 additional housing units. So specifically with this DA requirement of 15% of the units at 80% AMI, that's going to result in at least 390 affordable units versus 270 affordable units. And just to remind everyone what our RENA requirements are, for low income, it's 1,653 low-income units and 1,981 for moderate. So the staff recommendation, which is also the Planning Commission recommendation, is for the council to adopt a resolution to certify a final EIR prepared for the Mission Point project, state clearinghouse number, I'm not going to read it, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, CEQA findings, and statement of overriding considerations, AKA option B, adopt a resolution to approve a general plan amendment to add new land use designations, urban center mixed use, and urban center Mission Point, and to change the land use designation on the site from high-intensity office R&D to urban center mixed use on areas C and D, and urban center Mission Point on areas A and B. And to adopt a resolution to approve the plan development zoning from high-intensity office R&D to plan development for option B, and to adopt a resolution to approve the vesting tentative map option B, and to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance to approve the development agreement option B. So with that, staff, that's the end of the staff presentation. I'm here to answer questions. There's many other staff here who also have knowledge and can weigh in if we get into some technical areas. And also we have consultants here who can speak to our fiscal analysis and environmental analysis if necessary as well.
Thank you, Rena. So thank you for that very intensive presentation. This is a big project. I feel like I've been living with it for a long time. Questions only from the council at this point. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I was trying to keep track of numbers, and I had written down for option A who had 10,000 square feet for childcare, but yet when you showed the second one, it was 8,000, so I was concerned about a disconnect, because you didn't mention it again during option B, and I wondered if that hadn't changed, so which one was it? And I understand that both options were in the EIR. I'm just trying to understand if Planning Commission saw both of these. I kind of wasn't clear on that. On the parking, I'm wondering if we have a plan for stadium parking after this, but my understanding, and if I'm wrong, I want to understand, that if it's PD, we can make parking requirements that are different from what the state is saying we can do over the one per unit. So, and when you talked about the shared parking, it wasn't clear, you were talking about the no overlap, but was that 25% over the 1 unit per, the one parking per unit that you were talking about as shared, because we have done shared before. On the names of the streets, I'm a little bit worried because it is, the spelling is different, but it's said exactly the same way from another street in town, Kylie Boulevard, and there may be some real confusion with that, so I wonder if anyone's raised that. And when you talked about parking spaces, you said 11,000 parking spaces total, and what's being proposed is 9,000 square parking spaces. Is that a total for everything, and there wasn't an allocation that I could see well. I think that's all my questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had a question about the affordability. You know, it's 15% at 80% AMI. How do we get extremely low-income units? Is there any incentive to provide the extremely low-income units? And then I also had a similar question to the shared parking. If you're doing one for one, then aren't they just assigned spots per housing unit? In which case, which 25% of those are then shared with, say, office uses? I think I saw that it was still going to be 100,000 square feet of retail, and is the grocery, which is 10,000 square feet, and childcare, which is 8 or 10,000, is that part of that 100,000, or is that aside from it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Rina. My question, I had a question regarding parking, which has already been posed, basically. My other question is regarding the extension. We are charging either community benefits or $1 increases to $1.50, second extension, and $2 next extension. Is that, let's say, after 10 years, X amount of total, 20, let's say 50% of total square footage is not covered. So it applies to everything, business, residential, everything, basically? Whatever left, that's my question. And are we quantifying the community benefits in that clause, basically? And if yes, what type of community benefits will be applicable to the applicant on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rena. I just have one question. It has to do, you mentioned the construction sales and use tax. And I don't believe I've heard that term before, so I was just wondering if we have used it, and maybe you could just talk about it a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much for Kylie for coming forward with this application. I do like the fact that the EIR offered alternative uses that staff could look at. I know that alternative uses is one of the things that EIRs have sections for, and I think that projects were supposed to bring this up, and it's just really refreshing to have an applicant that actually used the alternative uses in the EIR. Do have a couple of questions about development agreements. I mean, you said it allows time so that the city can get other benefits, and we laid out a lot of the benefits. And the question is, the benefits that when they require, for example, dedication of new park space, would that have the possibility of reducing their project? I mean, is that one of the outcomes that's possible if the development agreement is not met? We've got other projects that have been delayed in the city, including one of the biggest projects right next door to them. I mean, how do the development agreements for Kylie compare to development agreements, you know, the benefits that we get from development agreements of the larger projects, like the one right next door to them? I have another question. I know that in 2017, Kylie went back and redid their project based on, I think, some FAA requirements. And I think that was a considerable reduction in the heights. We have another project coming up later this evening, and I think that they're using the same urban center mixed use, and they're not that far off the flight path for FAA. But my question is, for that area, I mean, I think we have other parcels that have the same designation. Is every parcel going back and having a FAA reconsideration, or was something special for Kylie? Is something special about, you know, where they're located and the path that they're in? And I have a few other things that I would like to ask after I hear some answers. Thank you.
All right, looks like council members have a couple more questions. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you throw some more light on the TDM plans as well as future TMA participation of applicant in this area?
Could you repeat that again?
TDM plans and the future TMA participation on what's the goal on those, both of those? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, it seems like we created some new general plan designations, but we left zoning at PD, and I know we don't generally like to do that, so I wanted to understand the reasoning.
All right, I have a question. So this project, once it's approved, is going to depend on the market, whether or not it ever gets built. So my question is, depending on what's going on, if we approved option B and a developer came forward and didn't want to build up to the 800 additional units, would they be able to move ahead, or would it require additional approvals, depending on what's going on in the market? And there you go with all the questions. So are you prepared now, Rena? There's about 100 there.
There is one thing I'd like the virtual team to maybe help me with, which is about 8,000 square feet of childcare versus 10,000 square feet of childcare. I know we referenced that number in two different places differently, so I would like some assistance to just confirm what the number is. And I think someone asked that question in a different way, but yeah, if I'll pause on that answer, and maybe I can get some help with the research. In terms of, so Councilmember Hardy, I'll start with you. Obviously, getting research on the childcare square footage. The PC, the Planning Commission, did see both options. They specifically continued the first hearing to the second hearing to November 6th, so from October 23rd, and focused on November 6th exclusively pretty much on option B. And the public was noticed about option B and option A being considered for November 6th. So they heard both of those particular options with all the information essentially that is being provided for the council. Plan for stadium parking. So the stadium permit does require that parking be provided for the stadium uses. That is a requirement of the permit. This is 3,000 spaces though. It is significant. And we have reached out to the stadium manager to talk about this project, to talk about the implications. They're aware of it. They know that there's some more legwork that needs to be done for those spaces, but this wasn't something that was in any way discussed to prevent this project from moving forward. This is something that if this project were to move forward, some additional areas would need to be identified for parking. I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on that. Yes.
I'll just support that. I directly had conversations also with the stadium manager about that, and they do feel comfortable that they would need to find other spaces in and around the area. And so part of the plan does call for spaces being available during construction, and so there, if the entitlement is granted, know that there would not be an immediate stop of the spaces. And a longer-term plan will certainly have to be identified.
Your question, Councilmember Hardy, was about whether or not, I think you were asking about the shared spaces, and we're a little confused about the 25% shared spaces. So this is a part of the DA. The DA is where we can enforce parking standards. It says that it's one parking space for each residential unit, provided that the number of those spaces, so let's just say 1,800, or let's go with 2,600 since that's the staff recommendation. 2,600 parking spaces would be made available, one for each residential unit. But 25% of the 2,600 spaces could also be utilized for another use on the site, like office, for instance. So in the daytime, they could make those spaces available for office. I think there was a question, maybe it was I'm trying to see if it was Councilmember Jane who asked it, about wouldn't the spaces be assigned to each individual unit? So not necessarily. The spaces wouldn't necessarily be assigned. It's just that's how much parking would be provided for the residential. We haven't necessarily said that those spaces would be assigned. And obviously, if 25% were shared, then that wouldn't work in practicality anyway. I think, Councilmember Hardy, your question about the name Kylie as a street is a good one for the applicant to respond to. And you had a question about 11,000 spaces and 9,000 spaces, my reference to both of those numbers in relationship to the parking space. So what I would say is, without throwing too many numbers at you all, the PD zoning has some unique standards that are different than what our city code says about parking. The standards that they're using would result in their entire development program having to provide about 9,000 spaces. They've shown that they would provide 9,000 spaces. Our city standard would say that they should provide 11,000 spaces for that same development profile. But, you know, I'm taking a step back and saying, hey, there's actually a state law that says we can't even enforce any of the parking. So really the thing for us to be focused on is what does the term of the DA say about parking, and are we happy with that? Because that's what we can enforce, and we do have some leverage with the DA to have some standards about parking. Councilmember Jane, you asked about 15% of affordable housing question, 15% at 80% AMI. How do we get to the very low income or extremely low income units? How do we incentivize this? So I do want to point out an important nuance, which is it's 15% of the units would average 80% AMI. So that in the DA, we say that none of these units that qualify as affordable can be over 100% AMI. So that will allow the applicant to actually propose deeper levels of affordability if they so choose. If they're interested in maybe partnering with a nonprofit, they could do that and get some deeper levels of affordability. I did want to say that one of our DA extension terms does try to incentivize a milestone of providing for very low income. So the 5-year extension, the first 5-year extension, which would be after the project hits 10 years, is actually for them to produce 90 very low income units by January 31st. January 2031. And the reason why that date was used is because that's when our units are due for this housing element cycle, and those very low income units could be helpful at that time. So that's how we use the DA to try to incentivize that with an extension milestone, but they will have flexibility to try to get to that 80% average. You asked about the 100,000 square feet of retail. I have that written here, but I don't have your specific question.
Does within the 100,000, does it include the 10,000 for grocery and 10,000 for childcare?
Let me get back to you on that.
Okay.
It does not. It does not. Okay, so the grocery is included, but not the childcare. That's a separate use. Councilmember Shahal, regarding the extension, you said, is the total amount, I think you're asking about the payment options, right? So the way the payment option is intended to work is that they're either going to achieve these milestones that are very specific, or the first payment would be for $1 per a square foot of the entire development program that has not yet been built. So if they've made some progress but haven't achieved the milestones and have still not completed the project, they would owe us at 10 years for whatever's remaining. And then that dollar amount increases at the 10-year, in a 10-year extension or a 15-year extension. Councilmember Watanabe I love your question because it's like a great moment in my role of Economic Development Director to explain this. So we have something, we have a program actually. It's a business cooperation program. And what that does is we actually work with often developers who are able to indicate a job site, which is a construction site, where all of the particular construction materials are going to be utilized. So a lot of times these construction materials are being bought from out of the area, and there's no way to reconcile that these are materials that are actually coming to the city of Santa Clara. And they're very high value materials. These are in the millions and millions of dollars, right? What happens is when you can't reconcile that the point of sale is actually the city, all of that money goes to the county. And the county distributes it based on some math that they have, right? But we're still only getting a portion of what really should be the city's. And so when they actually file a job permit, it's actually their contractors submit for a job site permit, it's essentially creating a cash register at the city for all their construction materials that qualify over, I think it's $5 million. And quite frankly, all of this stuff adds up really quickly. So this is a very valuable thing. And later on, I can tell you about how really when we increase our base, it helps us in many other ways as well. But so thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. This is a great thing that large projects really serve the city. It is not the first time we've done it. We've done it for other projects. We do it on DAs. And hopefully we continue to do it. And yeah, thanks for the applicants for being willing to do it too, because that is more paperwork on their part. They usually have to even utilize a tax consultant. Councilmember Park, you asked about the DA, and you asked how would it reduce their project. That's the note I took. I do have another note that says, how does this DA compare to other DAs? But I don't have fully written down what you meant by your first comment, which is, would the DA reduce their project? I didn't capture it.
So I think one of the benefits is that if they don't meet a milestone, that they would have to provide an additional 1.5 acres of parkland. But would that 1.5 acres be taken from the project? And like, what happens if, I'm assuming that I would hope actually that the development agreement would take that into account when they come up with the benefits that the city would get, that it wouldn't substantially take away from the project.
Correct. So a couple of nuances here about parkland. So the city's parkland dedication ordinance doesn't require dedication of land. It says, hey, you can dedicate land or you can pay us a fee. And usually people want to provide dedication because our fees are substantial. So here, this project has flexibility because it has office and R&D uses and some residential. This is in no ways an exclusively residential project, right? So what we're stipulating in the DA is a very minimum standard where we are going to get dedicated parkland at a certain amount. That's not something we could actually require as part of the parkland dedication ordinance. But it would not be taking away from if they want to go above and beyond that, which is actually what the applicant is proposing. They're proposing to go beyond that. But what teeth we have is the minimum number that we're putting in the DA, because the ordinance actually provides more flexibility for them, if that answers your question.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that the dedication of an additional 1.5 acres wouldn't change the rest of the project.
No, it would not. It can be included in those spaces that they've already assigned. And then I think you had a question about how does this DA compare to other DAs? So the DAs that I'm familiar with, and that is certainly not all of the city's DAs, I do think that this unique aspect of a payment per extension, I haven't seen that happen before, but I'm certainly not the expert on all of our DAs, but I think that that's rather unique. I think we're also in a unique moment in time where, this project's coming on where there's a lot of uncertainty with office. And so that's a different reality of the moment than maybe we've had in the past when we were considering other DAs. And then I have here, Councilmember Park, my handwriting was really bad, which was, does every parcel get a DA? Every park get a DA? Does every project get a DA considered? You asked a question about this.
Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to there, but I did ask about, for example, the FAA. Yes, there was basically they resubmitted because of FAA requirements, I believe. And there are other projects in the area that I would think would have the same FAA requirements, especially when it comes to height restrictions.
Yeah.
But I have come to understand that there are projects that are coming forward that don't have the same height restrictions or may not have the same height restrictions that are in the same area. And I just want to know why that is. Because, I mean, I think this is a great place for higher structures, but we've got FAA height restrictions.
So actually, anytime we do an environmental document, that does get circulated, and that's an opportunity for the airport to provide comments. And for instance, the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan, the airport did review that. Those projects also go through their own FAA review. Those projects out in Tasman East that are quite high, they all are also getting reviewed by the FAA to make sure that they are meeting, like literally they're looking at their rooftop equipment to make sure that the dimensions of the rooftop equipment match what the FAA regulations are. So it's, I would not say unique to this project, but it's an opportunity anytime we're doing a circulated environmental document to get that kind of feedback. And then Councilmember Shahal, you asked about TDM plan. Oh, yes, it was Councilmember Shahal, right? TDM plans and a TMA contribution or participation. I actually have a backup slide in here about this. Okay, so the TDM requirements are that the project needs to adhere to our new climate action plan goals, which is that there will be a 25% reduction for any office commercial space and a 20% reduction in VMT for any of our multifamily residential buildings. So that's what the plan will have to achieve, and they can use a variety of different measures to get there. They typically submit that plan when they get closer to building that project, not at this particular period of time. But there will be TDM plan that is submitted. There is also a condition of approval with this project because our Patrick Henry Drive specific plan is required to start a TMA in North Santa Clara. I don't know if the council remembers this or not. So there is a condition of approval for this particular project to participate in that TMA. That would include a shuttle, marketing, last mile solutions, and such. So that's also included for this project. And then Councilmember Jane, your question about new GP designations, but we have a PD zoning, and you were very astute to remember that we're trying to stay away from PD zonings and we want conforming general plan zoning districts. So here is a unique opportunity in our new code to create a PD zoning because now the threshold for anyone to create a new PD zoning is a minimum of 25 acres in size. So this site is 48.6 acres in size. 25 acres was really the number that we thought, hey, if you're gonna do a PD zoning, it really should be for a project because there's something that needs deviation, whether it's that the project may be building out in phases, that you may need more flexibility. So here is one of the unique areas where a PD zoning would happen, and yeah, so that's just, I think it's kind of, they're implementing what was intended with the code, which is with a site this large to still have its own unique development program. And the mayor, your question was if we approve option A, or if I should say the council approves option A, and there was a developer who wasn't interested in building residential in that area of development, area C, would that create an issue? So the general plan designation that's proposed with option B is urban center mixed use that would be applied to D and C. Those are the two southern areas. That designation has the most amount of flexibility. it doesn't just allow residential, it also allows commercial and R&D. So it would allow someone to move forward with industrial, or I should say, research and development or office should they want to. But what we're providing here is the option for them to move forward with residential should they choose to.
Thank you.
And I don't know if anyone on the team, let me just see if we've got an answer. I might.
In the meantime, it looks like I have a couple more names up, and I'm going to ask the council to wrap up their questions so that we can get to the applicant and the public. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. These two thoughts came to my mind. First off, we speak alphabet soup for government, but our residents don't. So you said DA over and over again, and most people would think district attorney instead of development agreement. So I think it's important. You did show on a few of your slides, but you've used a few more that they may not be familiar with: TMA, TDM, VMT. We're familiar with this, but our public is not. And we hope that they're watching, so I try very hard to make certain that I reference at least once or twice. Maybe it's just the teacher in me that does that. The other question that came to mind is I'm trying to remember, I can't ever remember, and I was on Planning Commission also before this, where a development has been offering kind of a deal to the city where we're told that we would receive funds. Most of our agreements are to offset our costs to sewer and water and schools and parks and public safety and things like that. It started to sound almost like we were going to be making money on a development, and I want to make very clear the distinction, especially, again, for our public. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I wanted to understand better the maintenance of the parkland. It says the project would provide abundant and very varied on-site recreational amenities, including continuous access to at-grade, podium-level, rooftop public and private open space with flexible programming in accordance with the city's park ordinance. The project has committed to maintain the public parkland and multi-use trail for 40 years, which is valued at up to $10 million. So who decides what structures will be in the parkland? Will it be pickleball, or will it be volleyball courts or basketball? How does the city get involved with that? And then how do we guarantee that it's maintained at the standard of what the city deems is appropriate for parks?
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Clara, you wanted to?
Do you have a question?
Clara,
Yes,
I have a question.
I'm ready for you.
Yeah. So we talked about the extension payments, right? And you did touch one community benefit in place of extension payment. We can have affordable house. You quoted some number 90 houses by 2031. What are the other community benefits? Like we can correlate with the, instead of extension payments, what can be the other community benefits? And how do we quantify those? Because extension payments are fully quantified, but how do we quantify the other part of it? Thank you.
Thank you, Rena. After this, I'm going to go to the applicant, so when you're ready.
After
you answer these questions, we're going to the applicant.
The clarification I got from the team is that they can have they're required to provide an 8,000 square foot childcare facility, but they can build up to 10,000 square feet because we analyzed 10,000 square feet. And then in terms of Councilmember Hardy, so development agreement is a DA, transportation management agency? No, authority? I always forget what association, sorry, is a TMA, and that's really an arrangement where parties are coming together to share the responsibilities of providing marketing, solutions that kind of are shared solutions around transportation. A TDM is a transportation demand management plan. That is a plan that guarantees that a project is going to reduce the amount of vehicle trips that come to the site. It's bicycle parking facilities, it's shower facilities, it's eco passes, it's even remote work schedules, right, is a form of a TDM. So our cap quantifies how we want to reduce VMT by TDM measures. And then in terms of maintenance of parkland at 40 years or $10 million, who decides on the play structures? So there is quite a bit of outreach that our Parks Department does for every potential park. Surveys are sent out. There's community meetings on this. It goes to the Parks Commission, and then also the City Council adopts the plans for the park. So the actual play structures and such are actually based on input. You know, if a pickleball court is desired or a bocce ball court, that is based on community input. $10 million, 40 years for the maintenance of parkland and the trails. So yes, that is the quantified amount of value that the city would receive for the applicant maintaining those parks. The standards are actually in a park agreement, a park maintenance agreement that the city enters into with the developer to make sure that those standards are met at least at the city's standard, and quite frankly, usually they go above and beyond the city standard. And I think, Councilmember Hardy, I didn't get your second question.
A lot for the public, but because our fees and the things that we're requiring are what it costs the city, because I hear from residents, you just want to approve something because the city is greedy, but recognizing that it costs us, residential costs us much more than commercial or resident or industrial ever will. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so the fiscal analysis for the two options, option A and B, have, they're both fiscally positive. So the city is going to get money each year, $4 million. I mean, these are estimates, of course, but the analysis shows $4 million of net money to our general fund because this project gets built for option A. Option B, that amount goes to $3.1 million. And your point, Councilmember Hardy, is yes, there are more services that we as a city provide residents than usually our office and businesses. And because of that, there's less of a net increase to the city because the city is actually spending more money on those services that are provided with option B. And Councilmember Shahal, you wanted to know about, hey, you know, you said some information about an extension with a DA instead of a DA payment. You know, here is one example of where there was a milestone. It was about affordable housing. What are some of the other milestones? So I didn't bother to read it because it's a little lengthy, but I will kind of share some information on that because I have it here in my notes. Here we go. So the first 5-year extension can be provided through the project achieving a milestone with the issuance of a building permit by January 2031 for 90 very low-income affordable housing units in time for the city to count them for the housing element cycle, and for a grocery store or a child care facility, and for 2.5 acres of public or private or trail improvements to be constructed. So in order to meet the performance standard where you don't need to pay the city the payment for the dollar amount of, say, $1, right? It's $1 per square foot for what's remaining. Those are the things that the project will need to have achieved. So we also specify that if it is a second extension, that would require a building permit to be issued for 180 total affordable housing units, at least 5 acres or more of public or private parks or trail improvements to be constructed, and then both the grocery store and daycare, or I should say childcare facility, to be constructed. That's in lieu of the second payment. They would need to achieve these milestones. And then the third extension would require that a building permit be issued for 270 total affordable housing units, at least 7.5 acres or more of public or private parks and trail improvements, and once again, the grocery and daycare to be constructed. So those are the performance milestones that would be required instead of the payment option.
So basically, within the development plan, if they follow these, which is already there in development plan, basically, DA agreement, if they complete these conditions, then they don't have to pay any extension?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So you are incentivizing them to complete these milestones before the end of that. Okay. Thank you.
And I think that's it.
Thank you. That was pretty amazing, Rena. Thank you for doing that. I want to clap. Anyways, it's time for our applicant. Welcome when you're ready.
This allows me to advance the slide. Okay. Oh, look at that. There it is. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Great. Good evening, council members, mayor. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. My name is Ben Tranell. I'm a principal with Gensler, an architecture firm you may have heard of. And it's my privilege to present and share a little bit about this project with you tonight. I agree with you. That was an amazing presentation that I get to follow. I feel like you've just heard all of the nutritional benefits of this wonderful meal. Now let's make the meal together, shall we? So this is what we call Mission Point, a place for everyone. I'm really proud to work on this project and to have worked with Kylie on this project over the last several years. They've been at this for quite some time. We also did Burlingame Point together, which is a meta campus that they put their Oculus unit in up on 101. You might see it. So they have a track record of developing really high quality projects, and that's what we intend to do here with this project. It's interesting when you go back in time to see what this project was, a single-use suburban office campus model. It feels like a pretty easy lift to get to the idea of a mixed-use community. The future of what we need to build communities and build our cities is a mixed-use environment where people can work, live, play, have entertainment, all in close proximity to one another. The question is how we do it. What we like to say about mixed-use design, we don't do it because it's easier. We do it because it's better. And the details of how we make that happen, the hard work of how we make that happen, are what I want to share a little bit with you tonight. So we began by listening to the community. We began by asking the community, what do they want, what do they need, and what do Santa Clarans envision for their future? And these are some of the salient points that we heard. We've convened many, many meetings with housing advocates, labor and trade, and some of the key themes are illustrated here on the right. Housing, more housing choice came out as one of the top things. Parks and open space, more places to walk and bike. These are some of the key themes. And neighborhood, the idea of neighborhood retail grocery. So what we take away from that is the importance of providing housing in a place that's, for a mixed-use community to thrive, it must have housing where people can live, and housing across a spectrum of affordability scales. So that's what this project is providing, as you heard in the prior comments. And that housing, when people dwell in a place, they dwell as in living there, they also dwell, they stay longer in that place, and they will frequent the retail that supports the housing. They will work in an office nearby. Offices that are part of a mixed-use development lease up faster and have higher rents is a general trend. So the benefits are many. You've heard a lot about the mixture of uses in the project tonight, so just a quick recap of that for you here. And that Area C, which is what we call Option B, is to provide that additional housing units in lieu of office in that location. So it would provide up to 2,600 housing units, 15% of which would be affordable in that location. And you've heard many of the details, the nutritional benefits, if you will, about how that's achieved and the associated parking and all those elements. What I think is really nice about this is there's this diversity and mixture of uses in this housing element here. And we know that these open spaces are critically important to bringing people together, allowing people to gather, and providing those open spaces at a diversity of scales. So you can have a large gathering, a large group of people before or after an event, for example, or you can have smaller groups, so intergenerational uses for residents and others who come to this place. And the ideas here you see illustrated. I'm a fan of pickleball. I don't play. I know it gets a little bit politicized sometimes, but there is a pickleball court near the park where I live. It doesn't bother me. I think it's nice. People are enjoying themselves. And that might change. 7 years from now, the trends of what people want and need might be different. So what we try to do here is provide a flexible platform of outdoor spaces that will support people's ongoing needs for outdoor fitness, intergenerational uses, as I mentioned. That includes children's play area, family gathering, dog parks, that sort of use of the open space. So it occurs at a variety of scales. It also occurs within different uses in the project. There's the common area. I love that it's a central green and a south park. This is the first project that I've done that also we get to buy a fire engine or contemplate buying a fire engine, every person's dream, I suppose. And we have these wonderful names of these open spaces that are connected to the open trails and support, for example, residents have their own private open space to the residents so that people really want to live there and feel that, but they can be part of a greater community. And similarly with the office park and others that I mentioned. These open spaces work well if they're well supported by the retail and the food and beverage and other types of retail functions that front it. So you see this type of image here, which is indicative of the type of use. Everybody used to talk about the death of retail. The retail is, this was think back years ago. Retail works. It needs to be done well and done in the right scale and location and the right amount and the right kind of retail. So retail that residents who live here support and then use to support the parks is the kind of retail that will work. When we were with the Planning Commission, we envisioned get your baguette, your brie, your wine, or whatever else that you like, and you can have your picnic out here as is illustrated in this image. We've talked a lot about mobility, and in the Planning Commission hearings, we met with them, we talked a lot about mobility. We're proud of the fact that this is a multimodal development and that people get around in a variety of ways. A lot of people need cars and use cars, and we need to provide for that. So this project provides for plenty of that type of access, in addition to safe bike pathways, pedestrian pathways, and access to all of the transit benefits around this project, including the VTA, which is literally at the front door of the project. And so we want to take advantage of that. We want to support that. By having this project, having that density, you're increasing ridership and making that work better. This diagram could appear slightly complicated. I will just highlight a couple of salient elements for you, is that it's a very walkable site. It's a few minutes of radius in terms of walkability. And so you're within a few minutes of walk of various transit stops, car share drop-off zones, bicycle pathways, and other pedestrian pathways. So all of that, in addition to all the other details that are enumerated on the left that you heard earlier tonight, make this a very accessible project, both arriving to and across and through this project. And you see the natural systems, the ecosystems. In the interest of time, I'd like to just highlight briefly, we want to make this a sustainable, a resilient, a humane development that will be for the long term a long-lasting project. So open spaces promote well-being. They give people a space to access nature, the outdoors, exercise. We know that's very important for human health and wellness and for all of life wellness. The project is aiming to reduce its carbon footprint through the all-electric design of the buildings and other energy efficiencies, diverting demolition and construction debris from landfill. These are some of the salient points in the resiliency plan for the project. And we talked about the amenities that activate this, these open spaces. You see these kind of large gathering spaces here. The project benefits were listed for you earlier. It has significant development impact fees and benefits that are listed for you here. And in the interest of time, I'll just briefly highlight a couple of these here. And then the community benefits of the project, the affordable housing. I was pretty blown away by seeing the impact that this has on your arena numbers for the city, just at a quick glance in the prior presentation. In addition to all of that, you see the numbers here for park maintenance, arts and culture, all listed here for you. So a significant community benefits package. That is it. We, as was noted, are available to take any of your questions. And again, really pleased to be here with you tonight for what we consider a phenomenal project and an opportunity with you all to make history tonight with a great new project for Santa Clara. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate that. Does the council have any questions before we go to the public? Councilmember Hardy.
Rena said it was better that you answered my question than she did over the name of the streets.
Thank you. That's a placeholder name, so we could take nominations for alternative names, including Hardy Drive, perhaps.
All right, thank you. I don't see any, so we're going to go to the public, and then we're going to come back to you after that for any comments that you may want to make after the public presentations. All right, we have quite a few people, so we're going to start with Brian Goldenberg. Brian, you're here. And then if we could have people queue up, followed by Steve Kelly and Ali Sapperman. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Brian Goldenberg, and I'm a lifelong Santa Claran, and appreciate your service to the city and your consideration of this project. I'm supporting the Mission Point project because of the many needs that it fills and benefits that it brings to the city. I love that it will create a new community within providing more housing, a great retail and commercial mix, the close proximity to work locations and public transportation, and providing pathways for biking, walking, and running. And I love the fact that the child care center is on site, that's been considered into this project. I think the Mission Point project comes along at a good time for the city as we continue to grow and plan for the future. And it would be, I think, a terrible missed opportunity if it does not happen. So please consider these points, and I hope you can support Mission Point. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we'll have Steve, followed by Ali, followed by Jake Wild. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, council members, and thank you for your service. I'm excited about this project, especially option B, because it is people that add a vibrant community. It will provide the area with critically needed housing and more affordable housing units, shopping and dining. It will revitalize the area. It'll offer outdoor gathering areas, places for community events, and a new city park. The site is near major employers. It's also near transit, which means number of miles people drive will be reduced and the number of trips they generate will go down. So I urge you to support this project because I think it will revitalize the area and will help other projects that will come after it. because it is the people that make a vibrant community. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Allie, followed by Jake Wild, followed by Mary Grizzle. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and City Council. My name is Allie Saperman, and I'm here in strong support of Mission Point project on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We are proud to not only endorse this project, but organize 96 letters of community support. Mission Point is a project of regional significance to address our housing crisis. The project will bring up to 1,800 units and 15% of on-site affordable housing, both of which are much-needed units for Santa Clara to meet its 11,632 regional housing needs allocation set forth in the housing element. The added flexibility in option B means the project could be built sooner. The addition of units in Plan B would also mean an additional 120 affordable homes. In terms of parking, we wish the site would reduce the amount of parking in order to increase the amount of housing units. The project also addresses the childcare crisis by offering on-site childcare facility. Please support the additional flexibility offered in option B and much-needed new homes without any delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Allie. Next, we have Jake, followed by Mary Grizzle, followed by Eric Crutchlow. Welcome, Jake.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here tonight.
Can you speak in the microphone, please?
Yeah.
We want everyone at home to hear you.
Good evening.
Thanks.
My name is Jake. I'm here tonight with Catalyze SV, speaking on behalf of our members. We first got involved and engaged with this project in Kylie back in 2022 when our members scored this project. And while we have not had the chance to score this new version, option B, with an additional 800 units, one of our members' biggest, most important items is the delivery of housing. And option B delivers more housing. It also, just by increasing the sheer number of units, increases the affordable housing, which we also love to see. You've heard a lot tonight about the benefits the project will have, its sustainability, benefiting from a mixed-use environment, reducing emissions, car trips, it's transit-oriented, it'll be bikeable with some great infrastructure improvements. And I think the most important thing for this project, for Mission Point, is it began in 2017. In 2017, I was 17 years old in high school. I am now 25 doing my graduate program. And these things take a while, and I think we need to get this project through so that there can be more houses and more houses for people to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Next, we have Mary, followed by Eric, followed by Alex Shore. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and our City Manager. My name is Mary Grizzle. I have lived here since 1957 and been involved with this group since 2016. I have gone to a lot of their meetings. This is one company that has put the effort into working with the community, asking for input, asking for change. What could they change for the better? What would we include? District 1 is scheduled to become the bling of Santa Clara. It is the entertainment district. It's going to be very important in the future. I think right now, though it's a train wreck, there's nothing there really to bring people into it except for the stadium and the park, the children's park. We need to have something built there to start to bring in additional builders, and we need to start it before the big events that are coming up to Santa Clara. And I don't have anything written. I'm very tired, and I'm ready to go to bed. But I needed to come here and speak on behalf of this wonderful company. And they have had, like I said, so many public meetings and have worked with the public, taking their advice seriously and making changes. It took them a long time working with the FFA to lower the density and adjust the project to accommodate for flight patterns. I highly recommend that you move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we have Eric, followed by Alex Schur, and then I'm going online. Welcome.
Thank you. So I am on the Planning Commission, but these opinions are my own. I do not represent the Planning Commission in what I say. What I want to do is I'm not in support or against it. These are opinions that are strictly concerns that I would like to bring up to you to make sure that you have full understanding of some of the things that we were concerned about. Number one, we did not have anything in the packet that explained to us about the foundation of the building. Our concerns were the Calabasas Creek and being a block away, and also the fact that that whole area is kind of unstable. So we wanted to make sure that that was something that was brought up to council. Again, I'm sorry, I'm not representing the Planning Commission. This is just the things that I know of. So that's one of the main things. Please make sure that when you look at this, understand that the foundations and such will support a building of 22 stories, because that's what I was told that was going to be there. The other thing about the parking, AB 2097, there are 3 things that they say that are exemptions to it that will not apply. One of them I would like to bring up is existing residential or commercial parking within 1/2 mile of the housing development project. If that is going to be an impact, then you can consider that this does not apply. Now, I know staff is very good at what they do and that they've looked at this, but I would like to bring that up as well. And then the parking, the number of units, 2,600 units is not 1 car per unit. It's going to be different. There's going to be a lot of cars there, and as much as we want to have people use mass transit and such, if you had 500 people come out between 7 and 9 o'clock to use mass transit, it would be very busy. So please take these things into consideration when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alex, followed by Brian, Darby, and then anybody else before I go online that's here in chambers that would like to speak, you can please queue up. Welcome.
Hey, good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Alex. I'm executive director of Catalyze SV. Our organization and I have been involved in this project for 6 years. And we are very, very excited to be here with you all tonight to see it hopefully move forward. Our members are San Joseans and Santa Clarans who have voted to support this project. We absolutely think it needs to go forward. If we could make a couple little improvements, they would be something Councilmember Jane spoke to, which is having more deeply affordable housing on site, and a central placemaking element that says this is Mission Point, this is Santa Clara, come, live, be here, and enjoy. As I look around the room and to all of you council members, I'm not allowed to do this in public comment, but if I did ask folks to raise hands on who has been affected by the housing crisis in our region, I imagine every single person would raise their hand. Your constituents, perhaps even your children, struggle to afford to live here. And that is the preeminent crisis in our region. Santa Clara can do something about that tonight when it votes to approve this project, when it votes to support as many homes as possible with, yes, transportation options as Rena outlined, and yes, as little parking as possible. We don't need more cars that cause congestion and pollution. We need more people so our families and our friends can stay together in this region. We hope you will support this project tonight and move it forward. As Jake, my teammate, said, Option A and Option B are both good, giving flexibility to developers during a tough economic climate is a smart way to go so that they can build the project that we need. Both options are good, and we hope you will move one or both of them forward. Thank you, council members, mayor.
Thank you, Alex. Next, we have Brian, and anybody else that wants to speak from the chambers, please queue up. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you. That's a great project. In my career as a teacher, one of the things I've kept promises getting people who graduated from high school. It took 10 years. Got people wheelchairs, got people. One thing I wasn't able to do, and I'm actually ashamed of this to a big degree, it was to get a place for people to live. Most of them require no housing, they require nursing care, And a lot of the group homes and a lot of the organizations that run the group homes have to rent or lease housing. And, you know, when it gets to be too expensive or there's money, they get the boot. And then what do? Well, people do live on the streets, and sometimes folks don't make it. I've seen that too many times, too. And I just want to say to these gentlemen and ladies, thank you for building housing, because it's not easy to just move somewhere else if you have a person with a disability. You have your doctors, you have your medical care, you have your care staff. California is one of the few states that provides the kinds of things that the Lanterman Act give to people. And as parents get older, I know I just was on the phone with one parent, doesn't know what she's going to do. She has means, she has money. A lot of parents don't. I know when I worked at Agnews, the cost for a consumer or cost for a client that lived out there was $750,000 a year per person that lived out there. You could live in Hawaii for that. And it was, you know, the care they needed was understandable, but it's not like that in the city. It's not like that with the regional center. They try really hard, but, you know, it's way less than that, a fragment of that. And the more housing, the better, because people have a right to have a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. All right, I'm going to go online now. First, we have Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff. You can unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Houston. Please approve option B as staff recommends, but with this one modification regarding affordable housing. We appreciate the applicant offering to build affordable housing for people with moderate income at 80% AMI, but the community will need more than that. The community needs accommodations for the extremely low and very low income workers employed at the site's retail and service businesses. Thank you, that is all.
Thank you. Anthony, go ahead, Anthony. Unmute, there you go.
Good afternoon, Santa Clara City Council members. My name is Anthony Montes. I am the Associate Director of Advocacy and Development at the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. We are a nonprofit dedicated to creating healthier and more just communities by making bicycling safe and accessible for everyone. And I'm calling in to support the approval and the staff recommendations for the Mission Point by Kylie Development in North Santa Clara. Our team has been collaborating with Kylie for years to share our expertise in bicycle safety and the needs of the bicycling community in Santa Clara and South Bay. They have graciously invited us for site walks and have sought our input through the development process, including engaging with our members over the last couple of years. After numerous discussions, we are pleased with the meticulous attention to detail and commitment to creating a bikeable and walkable community at Mission Point. We are particularly impressed with the circulation design, access to trails and transit, and open space amenities. You know, we are not an affordable housing advocacy organization. Right? We are trying to promote mode shift. We are trying to promote safe and accessible roadways for all users. That includes pedestrians and bicyclists. Adding facilities is one strategy to do that. Another way of doing that is creating livable communities. That's making sure that we have, you know, mixed use developments that people can live, work, and play, you know, within 15 minutes of major points of interest. So, you know, we're excited to see such a wonderful new neighborhood in Santa Clara, especially in that area. You know, we urge the council to move the project forward and to provide the city with much needed affordable housing that will promote healthier communities and sustainable transportation. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Manuel. There you go.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Wonderful. Thank you. Hi, good evening, Mayor Gilmore and members of the Santa Clara City Council. My name is Manuel Salazar, and I am speaking on behalf of SV at Home. So today, I really urge you to approve the Kylie Mission Point proposal, particularly the enhanced option B, which offers a promising pathway to addressing Santa Clara's critical housing needs. Mission Point represents a unique opportunity to transform an underutilized 48.6-acre parking lot into a vibrant, mixed-use urban center that will benefit the entire community. While we echo the sentiments that a lot of people have been saying tonight, specifically around, you know, having more units set aside for VLI and LI AMI levels, we're still very excited about this project. It's going to deliver 2,600 new homes if you go with option B, including a significant increase in the affordable number of units from 270 to 390. We commend the design elements of Mission Point, which emphasize sustainability, urban density, and community connectivity. And the project's commitment to urban infill with a density of approximately 130 dwelling units per acre is insanely, wonderful. Option B's increased focus on housing over commercial space is a welcome shift because it aligns really well with the community's need for residential options, especially those for affordable to, moderate income families. Mission Point has, the potential to become a cornerstone really of the community here in Santa Clara, and it's promoting a balanced approach to living, working, and recreation. So for all those reasons, we strongly support the Mission Point option B and hope that council will approve it this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan, go ahead, Dylan.
City Council. I'd like to speak in behalf of support of the Mission Point project. I've been reading through the attached documents and I'm extremely pleased by what I see. The whole project seems extremely thoughtful and considerate. I have a corneal condition that can't be fully corrected by glasses, and so I have a lot of trouble driving at night. And I spent a lot of time hunting for apartments in the area, and a lot of them don't have the same easy access to transit and local bike trails that this project does. And easy access to downtown San Jose and other areas makes a huge difference in your daily quality of life. And I see very few other opportunities as promising as this currently under development, so it'd be a huge shame to squander it. So I see that this project has been under development for 6 years, and I'd be really disappointed to see it any further delay. So I really urge you all to approve the project. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Dylan. Admin, go ahead, admin.
Good evening. My name is not admin. My name is Mike. I have lived in Santa Clara for over 22 years. I'm here to ask you to approve Mission Point project this evening. There are many reasons to like Mission Point, but for me, I'm concerned that we do not have enough housing in our region. People need more options and more chances at affordable housing. Our city should be supporting more housing, and this plan would make a big difference with up to 2,600 new housing units, and up to 390 would be affordable. That's huge. I'm also glad to see much open space and parkland at Mission Point, over 7 acres of parkland. That's close and dear to my heart. I've met with Kylie in their meetings with the community. I've met with them one-on-one at their offices for over the last 4 or 5 years. And this project just checks so many boxes that it's not even funny. The green space and the good healthy benefits to gathering outdoors, walking a dog, just being able to walk in your neighborhood is in itself is huge, especially for folks like myself. We're getting a little older, and the semi-highways we have out here throughout our city, like Lafayette and El Camino and Santa Mas, we don't want to walk around those, and the enclosed areas would greatly help walkability for older people. That's all I have at this time. I hope you consider option B, as I think the additional housing is a major selling point for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank
and
you.
I hope you support Mission Point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Jason, go ahead, Jason.
Good evening. My name is Jason Mora, and thank you to the City Council for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to speak in support of the Mission Point proposal, specifically option B. In the Bay Area, we're in a severe housing crisis caused by severe housing shortage, and every home that is built will contribute to bringing us out of this crisis, and 1,800 or 2,400 homes will be a significant step towards making the city more affordable for its residents. The Mission Point project aims to revitalize what is currently an old, underused parking lot that provides little benefit to the community while consuming land that could provide great benefit to the community. Replacing this parking lot with homes for hundreds of families with significant community retail, with 10,000 square feet of childcare facilities, new open green space and parks, and these will greatly benefit the city's residents and those who struggle to find affordable and suitable homes today. On the specifics of the proposal, this is a project that features good urban design, providing alternative options to drive as much as this area allows. It is a transit-rich area that is connected to major areas by transit and existing trails. It promotes safe walkability and will have community resources on site while reducing the need to rely on vehicle use and ownership. Additionally, the project will introduce new public open space that will benefit residents of the new homes as well as existing residents throughout the city, and will connect to existing bike trails and walking paths. It'll also be situated near the upcoming walking and biking networks, as well as green spaces that are planned in the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan. Given the option today to allow for adding 600 additional homes to this project into our city, I think we need to take that opportunity in order to best combat the housing crisis, to give flexibility to the developer to best meet the city's changing needs, and to meet our RENA requirements. I implore the city to approve this proposal so that 2,400 new homes are added to our community, serving the many residents of the city that are struggling with rent payments and housing costs. Santa Clara can't afford the opportunity to waste the opportunity to make the best use of the city's only large open lots, and instead should build projects such as this to provide resources, amenities, and homes to its residents, and should do so today rather than with further restrictions and delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. All right, next we have 56 Strine, possibly Edward.
Yeah, this is Edward. I, of course, live on the North Side District 1. I'm also for this project, option B, and just want to say that I know there's been delays with the related project across from Levi Stadium, but there is that one building on the other side of Lafayette that related is just about completed for the 65 and older group, and unfortunately the studios start at $10,000 a month, and I think 2 bedrooms are up to $15,000 a month, but that includes food. But even though it includes food, that is quite a bit of money. So yeah, we definitely need low income housing for people. Also, just want to mention Clara's Junction, that new restaurant, which is also right across the street from that project at the former Carl's Jr. They've got barbecue beef ribs. They've got a new smoker there. And I think it's only available Friday through Sunday, but the ribs are really good for anybody who wants to check that out at Clara's Junction, the new restaurant there. So it is good to see that we're finally getting good restaurants on the north side of Santa Clara. And yeah, I look forward to also the downtown Santa Clara project. I know that's probably going to be a while before that's even started, but I do look forward to the groundbreaking here at Related pretty soon, hopefully this year. I know they're now focusing on manufacturing because a lot of these industrial buildings are like 25% empty, and I guess they feel that there's no way to make money with that right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Edward, for bringing up barbecued ribs right now. That's what I'm going to think about. Okay. Ann, go ahead, Ann.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Ann Kepner, and I've lived in Santa Clara for more than 30 years. And for nearly 10 years, I've had the privilege of serving as a trustee for West Valley Mission Community College District. And in that role, I've become familiar with the area of Santa Clara surrounding Mission College. I provide this background as context for my comments in support of the Mission Point development being considered for your approval. There are many reasons to support Mission Point. Many of them have been listed, but I want to name the 5 that are most important to me. 1, I'm excited for this part of our city to be turned into something vibrant, with new places to live, work, shop, eat, and enjoy the outdoors. 2, we need more housing options. Mission Point is conveniently located along existing public transit lines and will create a place for people to live and work. 3, I appreciate this project's focus on creating more usable, inviting outdoor space and its emphasis on creating connections to the surrounding area that are walkable and conducive to people riding bicycles. These improvements will help integrate the area surrounding Mission College and create a larger, more lively community. Mission College is buzzing with activities these days, and I'm eager to see that energy expand beyond our campus. 4, over the years, I've attended numerous community meetings with Kylie, and I've seen them at our community events. They've genuinely been interested in understanding what our community needs and wants, and have requested feedback on many potential attributes of this project, including housing options, internships and work opportunities, childcare needs, bicycle and walking paths, a bicycle repair shop, and ever important restaurants and food options. I appreciate their openness and that so many of the community suggestions have been integrated into the plan that was presented this evening. And 5, they share our enthusiasm and optimism for the future of this area of Santa Clara and what is possible. I urge you to support the Mission Point project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Next, we have Jordan. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Jordan Grimes. I wear a number of different hats in the community, but I'm speaking only for myself tonight. I'm calling in to support the staff recommendation, option B, and the Mission Point project more broadly, especially as a member of a younger generation who is born and raised in the area, who loves his home, but has a very hard time seeing a future here. Santa Clara and indeed the entire Bay Area are suffering from an acute housing shortage. Both the city and the county are blessed with an abundance of riches when it comes to good jobs, good schools, and other community resources, but not housing. The Mission Point project provides that housing in spades, more than 2,600 units, at significant density, and has the potential to revitalize the area and make it easier for new residents and existing residents alike to live in Santa Clara. I urge you to advance option B tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jordan. Next, we have Divya.
Hi, good evening. My name is Divya. I'm here to support Mission Point. This project brings up to 1,800 well-designed transit-oriented homes in the city of Santa Clara. As jobs return to office and traffic in the area, I'm noticing is starting to get even as busy or more busy than it was pre-pandemic. These jobs are paying a wide range of salaries, and unfortunately, some folks working here still can't afford the area. Having more homes near the job should help manage traffic and keep it from getting worse. I also appreciate the proposal including child care facilities, which will encourage folks who are working in the area to continue staying and growing a family here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. That's it for speakers, unless there's anyone else that has anything that hasn't spoken yet. All right, so that brings us now to our applicant. You have up to 5 minutes to maybe respond to anything you heard from the public or any final comments that you'd like to make to us. It's your choice.
Good evening. My name is Bao Shan Han. I'm the VP for Planning Design of Kylie. We want to thank you, Leah, Mayor, and the council members, and also the wider community. So a lot of faces, we met with them many times during our extensive community outreach. So unless there are particular questions we need to be answered, we also have our design, other like a parking transportation team, consulting teams with us, so we can provide more detailed and more technical questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask that the council make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. I don't know. Everybody spoke at once. You can pick somebody. Please register your vote. Close the public hearing, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
A couple of things that weren't exactly clear to me. The first are all the units for rental? Nothing is for sale? And then will Kylie be managing the rentals, if they're rentals, or will somebody else? Second, I'm still struggling with the parking because there's actually, I believe, 9,000 parking spots, but 2,600 housing units. So there's the option to share, like if there's extra cars, they could park on the weekends in the office spaces. I'm trying to understand, because really you have almost 3.5 to 1 parking per unit if you look in totality, and how can we best share that parking? And then I'm really trying to understand how we get, I know in the extension we can get more deep affordability, but you know, we talk about 15% at an average of 80% AMI, but does that mean that you could have units that are 120% of AMI that then would average out with a 40% AMI unit. So I'm trying to understand, because you have a bunch of market rate housing, but that's not averaging out with the extremely low. So I'm trying to understand how we calculate 15% at 80%.
Who can answer that question? Rena? Thank you.
So, related to the affordable housing, the standard is 15% for the average of those 15% of units would be averaging to 80% AMI. However, there is also a stipulation in the DA that none of those units that are counting as affordable can be, if they're rental, over 100% AMI. So in the case of a rental, you would not be able to utilize a 120% AMI unit to count toward the mix of units that get you to the 80% AMI average.
I think we allowed up to 120%.
That may be the case. I don't know off the top of my head. How this
So we can do that in the DA?
In this, okay, I do want to add one more piece of information, because the numbers I gave you were related to rental units. In the case of for sale, it's actually allows you to go to 120% AMI for sale units. Our housing division actually recommends this for affordable for sale units. So just wanted to specify that the maximum 100% AMI requirement for affordable is applicable to the rental units, but it could be up to 120% AMI that would be applicable for if it was a for sale product. I think Kylie would have to discuss whether or not they're interested in exclusively rental or for sale. The affordable standards have been created assuming either or, for sale or rental. And then you also had a question about the parking spaces. Should I answer that as well?
Yes.
Can I just clarify with the, I'm still confused about.
Yes, yeah.
the
So I think my
rental.
oversimplification added to confusion, because the standards that are being proposed in the PD zoning are that 0.7 of spaces would be provided for office uses for every 300 square feet of office space. We actually require at the city that it would be one space for every 300 square feet. So the office component is getting a slightly lower parking ratio than what our city code requires. Similarly, for our residential requirements, for multifamily, our code says that for a studio or a one-bedroom unit, you're required to have one parking space. But if you have a two-bedroom or greater unit, you're required to have two parking spaces. Here, we are only requiring one parking space per residential unit. And then there's also parking space standards for retail, right? Because that's also included in the project. So when you, in total, the entire development program with the office, the 3 million square feet of office, the 1,800 residential units, that is the standards that I was applying, the zoning code standards versus the standards they're proposing in their PD zoning. So their PD zoning standards that I just told you are lower ratios are gonna mean that the project provides about 9,000 parking spaces. Versus our city code would say you provide 11,000 spaces. But the point of a PD zoning is if people want to deviate from the standard, they can propose different standards, and so because this is a TOD project, because it has access to transit, I think they're making the case that they're gonna have a mix of uses and would like a lower parking ratio. The point that I mentioned about AB 2097 was that state law doesn't really give now the city the ability to enforce any parking standards we create, but the DA gives us that ability in this project. So the DA term is really specific to required parking just on the residential component of the project. And the reason why that seems reasonable from a staff perspective is that often office component of projects are where people are providing shuttles for their workers. It's really the residential projects where we've also heard from residents living in higher density projects that they still want parking spaces today. So the city really wanted in the DA to propose some enforcement of a minimum parking standard for residential. So I'm not entirely sure if I fully answered your question, Councilmember Jane. I was kind of providing more context for where the 9,000 comes from versus the 11,000, and then once again to what our DA standard is.
City Manager, before you go on, City Manager. Turn your.
Helps if I turn on my mic. Thank you, Rena. I just wanted to recap and probably restate a little bit of the affordable housing requirement. And so the project is providing a deeper level of affordability, right? Our rules call for 15%, averaging out at 100% of AMI. What we've been able to negotiate is, and the developer is willing to do, is 80% of averaging out at 80% of AMI at 15% of the units. Councilmember Jane, one of your questions was how can we get deeper affordability, right? Important to note, one of the ways in general we get deeper affordability is to use our money in our affordable housing fund. And with this project, there are commercial linkage fees that will be paid into that fund. And so at a later date, depending on how the projects develop, we could approach the developer and buy down some of the units to have deeper affordability using the commercial linkage fees paid for this project. We also, at that time, may look across the city and say, you know what, maybe not on this site, but maybe on this site, a different site where maybe we're partnering with affordable housing developers. And so the way we develop affordable housing or incentivize it is, one, through our inclusionary zoning ordinance, two, through approving commercial, where we get the linkage fees, and then applying those in the marketplace to help increase affordability and buy it down where we can.
Thank you, City Manager.
I understand all of that. I'm just trying to say that there's no way we could say allow it to go up to 120%, and then that would average down to get us the lower levels of affordability.
Sure. So what's been developed is actually deeper than allowing to go up to 120. So the math.
But it would average out at 80%. That's what I'm saying. Your average has to be 80%. Right. But if you allow some to go to 120, you can afford some at 40.
Understand that math. What was negotiated was really capping the units that count as affordable to 100% of AMI. Knowing that it's both low and very low that we need, but totally understand your math. If you allow some at the 120% of AMI, you can actually get some lower affordabilities just by the math. You get sort of fewer affordable, low and very low units in that math, but you do get some very low. Totally understand what you're saying.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. As mentioned by public as well as the staff and applicant, this is a good project, and option B gives us 2,600 units in the city with 15% affordable units at 80% average. I am supporting the project basically, and there are various reasons for that. The applicant has been very engaged with the community, and it has shown at various city events, Art and Wine Festival or whatever you name it, and they took a good feedback. And I know some of the projects are being delayed in this current environment, and I'm glad you're coming forward with the project at this stage basically, and which is palatable to most of the residents over here. But some of the salient features which I want to commend staff for bringing those, like concept of extension payments. I really like that concept. We never had that thing in any development agreement previously. That incentivizes them to build faster, and that helps us as a city to have more units or more housing or more office space, more property taxes in the city, basically. That's a great one. Sales tax, the other one was the sales tax, local sales tax point. That's another one which can get more sales tax to the city directly, basically. Park maintenance for 40 years, that's good. And I'm assuming park maintenance for 40 years, for the year one starts when we inaugurate the park, not the approval date. Just want to make sure that one. I really like the fiscal analysis which was attached to the report. Like I know we sometimes just give a fiscal analysis in a nutshell, but when I read the fiscal analysis report from our consultant, that was really good. It explained like why the cost of residents is going higher, what the cost of public spaces is. And I did do a calculation on that. We calculated, on top of my head, we did calculate around $80,000 or $88,000 for the business license tax. And in case of option B, we had 60,000 or so. So if I divide that by 45, is that the exact number of employees we'll be having over there? Because I look at the space, that's much more higher space of office. So I just want to have a clarification on that later on, basically. And I commend Planning Commission for doing all the deliberations they did and brought this forward again on second time to discuss about the option B, which was a good option, basically. TDM plans and TMA participation, that's very near and dear. Like we need to create, if we want to mitigate traffic in the city and provide good traffic solutions, TMAs are one of the options, and I'm glad all the Patrick Henry project and all the bigger projects are ready to participate in TMAs down the line. That's a good one. I have another request, like I've traveled Europe and I see outdoor sitting, how vibrant is that for the restaurants especially. So if you are building some restaurant spaces over there, I would highly recommend that you build outdoor spaces, sort of permanent, not temporary, like platform or whatever way you want to do it. That's very lively and it brings the community together and it makes the outdoor setting very well. So with that, I'll be ready to make a motion after hearing my comments from my colleagues. Thank you for that.
Would you like to answer, now you're here, the business tax question, knowing there's no tenants yet, but yeah, your estimate.
Yeah, so the business tax is actually, if I remember right, calculated with, so we peer reviewed fiscal impact analysis that was done by a separate consultant, EPS. And that analysis was done a couple years ago, and I believe since that time you actually raised your business license tax. So if we were to redo that, it would be a higher number today. So you asked if it correlated to number of employees. Actually, with option B, we have roughly
1466.
9,400 employees. With option B is the estimate at build out.
Oh, okay. So that's why I was surprised, because with the current numbers, if I divide it by 45, it comes out to be only 1466 employees, and that sounded to be very low, basically. So either we have to fix that number, and that will increase the net revenue coming to the general fund, basically. So it's a $45 per employee. So we might have to revise our fiscal. That will give us more money, basically.
Yeah, if we were to update that to the current rate, it would go higher.
That's why I was surprised. Like, how come only employees is option A is B is 1466 and option A 1960. So we need to fix that. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yes. Thank you again for bringing the project forward, and thank you for the public input. We did have some input from Planning Commission as a resident asking about ground stability, and I would like to know if there's something about that.
Yes, we have an environmental consultant here who's able to provide us a response. Hold on one second. I think he's coming to the podium. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yes, there was to give you some background, there was a preliminary geotechnical report that was done for the site in 2022, and they did look at liquefiable layers underneath the site, but they found that they were non-contiguous. So since the site is about 500 feet away from the nearest free face, which is Calabasas Creek, the risk of lateral spreading was not considered significant. So that initial preliminary geotech report, it did give recommendations for foundation types and pile types and those sort of things. But to let you know that there's a mitigation measure in the EIR for a design level geotechnical report, which will be much more specific, and that will go to city council or will go to the city for approval before any grading or any building permits. So any concerns with liquefiable layers will be dealt with in that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to also talk about seating. Like, I am a big proponent for seating because I know that for any new development, if there are children there, it's not always the parents that are pushing children around. It's often the grandparents. And it really pains me, especially with one of the bigger developments near my house, to see people have to go all the way around before they can find any kind of seating. And if you're going to have seating, which you should, hopefully you'll have shade as well. I think we've talked about this, and that's the other thing I want to say, that I've actually talked to this applicant several times. I've seen this applicant at almost every single one of the city events. I think that the applicant has done a very good job of being open, being engaged with the community, and listening to what the community says. I've said this before. We don't just give them input, they actually listen. I think that this is one of the things that I've noticed. And for any other applicant that's out there, this is the way to do it. I do also hear Councilmember Jane's request for affordable housing. I want to give people kind of a little bit of background, which is AMI, 100% AMI in that area is likely around $180,000, I mean, for a family of four. And when we're talking about $180,000 being like a standard for affordability, that just seems really, really off. And if we don't have the low or very low AMI percentages, get down to 30%, we're not addressing any of the families who are making $60,000 or less. That's even with fewer than 4 members. And if I do the calculations, I mean, I did them in my head, and then I said, well, I should actually verify this because I'm getting old. But they work, which is if you get 3 affordable units at 30% and 2 at 80, every other one has to be at 100. There's no way to get an average of 100 without having, an average of 80 without getting some units at above 80, and in some cases pinned to 100 if you want to get even a few very affordable units. I mean, this is a concern. I don't want to see affordable units at 120%, but I would love to see the average go lower than 80. Again, we talk about affordability, but when you look at the numbers, I think that gives people a different impression when people realize that 180,000 is what's required for 100% affordability. That's the AMI that's required. I think that just puts a little bit of context to the numbers. It was interesting to hear that if they miss targets, then they would have to do a 1.5 acres of public parkland or private open space with public access easements. And if that wouldn't change the project anyway, I almost feel like, why isn't that included in the project to begin with? I mean, it'd be a nice thing. At the same time, everyone would like to see more units. I would like to see more affordable units, because having more units that people that have deep affordability requirements can't get doesn't really help. I think that we need to get more people in here that are making much lower than the AMI to help bring the AMI down, but I don't know that that's going to happen either. That said, I think that there are a lot of good things about this project. I see it as one of the walkways, one of the alternatives when people are waiting for stadium events when people are done with stadium events. I see this as a vibrant area because I think this will be done even before the larger project is done. And it's like, it kind of blows my mind that we have so many benefits that we will get if they miss their targets. And we've got, you know, things that were approved almost 10 years ago that won't be online until after some of the big events in this city. So I'm very thankful for developers that are coming forward and bringing projects that are hopefully going to be built. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll make this very brief. I'm glad that Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Park bring up about more deep affordability because it's kind of a challenge, I think, for not only a lot of people here, but it's kind of a challenge for people out in the audience and people at home is in this area, try living on $60,000 a year. Try paying rent, try paying for food, try paying for childcare. It's hard. It is devastating when you have car payments, everything else included. It pushes people out of the area, and then we wonder why people go move to either the valley, they do an hour-and-a-half commute to 3-hour commute, or they move to the middle of nowhere into like Kansas or something where they can actually afford to buy a home. I understand that, but if we're going to have a community that's going to be supporting people who are making high income, you need to have service workers that live here, and those people make under 60K. So I feel deep affordable housing needs to be more addressed. I know Kylie development won't solve the issue overnight, but it is something that we do need to take into consideration. And additionally, some of the issues with parking. I know parking is a very big controversial issue. I think we are moving in a direction towards having better transportation for people to take less cars. But in reality, you look at California and you look at the environment we live in, people are not going to give up their cars in an area that is very suburbanized. If we go and urbanize our communities, just like maybe New York and some of these other communities, I could see less cars, but until we do that, it's not going to happen. And the parking situation becomes greater and greater. I know people that live in Sunnyvale, that live in some of these apartment complex, these new developments that are built, they can't find parking. They fight for parking. And I know that someone talked about sharing spaces. I know that a church is actually sharing spaces now with one of the developments because of the, I guess they weren't planning as many people parking there, but when you look at the cost of living of the area, you have 2 to 3 people living in an apartment, or even more. I know 2 couples that are living in one apartment, and that is really hard. So I see the arguments, but I also see the need for the housing. So, but I hope that in the future we just start building the affordable housing, providing adequate parking, and I think things will get a lot better here in the Bay Area, and it'll be a little more affordable. But in the end, we have a job to do, and I think this is a great project. I appreciate that this project does not look like chicken coops. Everyone hates chicken coops, and this is an identifiable looking project. It is something that is signature for the city of Santa Clara, and I'm happy to see this move forward, and I will be supporting whoever makes the motion. I won't be making the motion, but I will be supporting this project, and I hope to see it built. But again, we really need to solve affordable housing issues immediately, because if you don't, half of the people that live here are going to be gone, and who's going to help the people that make the money that can live here? So communities work together. We all live in a village together. So thank you.
All right, is there a motion to approve this project, alternate B?
I'll make a motion to approve alternate B, recommendation from the staff to certify the final EIR prepared for the Mission Point project, to adopt a resolution to approve the general plan amendment, and to add the new land use designation, and adopt a resolution to approve the plan development rezoning, and to adopt a resolution to approve the vesting tentative subdivision map, and to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance to approve the development agreement.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Chahal,
I'll make a brief comment. Like I know this topic of parking has come again and again, basically. We are talking about the 25% of parking, shared parking in the residential part of it. Can we have a provision, because office space parking will be left open during the night? Why don't we have a, like some percentage of that parking shared with the if there is an overflow of the parking, people have issues with that. Why can't we add that provision that, hey, we can use the office space parking for residents from this time to this time, basically. If we can incorporate that, that overflow parking solution can be there, can be found very easily.
All right.
So, and I know affordable housing was taken up. I would request staff, I know 80% is, you'll have to go 80% average, you have to go a little bit higher to accommodate a little bit lower. So if we can come up with, leave it to the staff, if we can come up with some better option than 80%, something lower than that, that would be great. So with that, I'm seconding the motion.
City manager.
Sure.
You say you want?
Yeah. Yes. Heard your comments, Councilmember Jahal. Just want to clarify, was that a statement or a request that an addition be made? I want to note that 25% shared parking is already in the agreement, and just caution against, at this point,
That's a request. That's a request to, which is easily doable. That's a request to the applicant.
Isn't it already in there?
25% shared parking is already in the agreement.
No. 25% shared parking only in the residential part of it, right? So what I'm saying is that total.
Can you answer, Rena, just to clarify?
There's total 9,000 parking spaces over there.
So the DA provision around parking is a requirement for one parking space per residential unit, with the caveat that those residential parking spaces, 25% of them could be utilized for another use.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I heard total 9,000 parking spaces, right? And if we have 2,600, so rest of those, how many? 6,400 parking spaces will be for the office space, right? If we can utilize those office space parking for the residents, in case of overflow, that's I'm requesting, that out of those 6,400 parking spaces, there should be provision for our residents to share those parking spaces during, let's say, from 6 p.m. to morning 7 p.m., something like that. So 7 a.m., sorry.
So for office spaces, so one, the DA doesn't have any standards requiring parking for office uses. It's only on the residential. So it's a different kind of request to now have a requirement for office parking spaces because that doesn't exist. In terms of shared parking, as just a practical matter, it sounds like the applicant is really interested in utilizing parking as efficiently as possible. And what you're proposing is a good sort of operating mode, but I can't think of a standard based on how the DA is set up for now requiring office spaces so that we can have them be shared. If
That's
that
why I
makes
said
sense.
it's a request, and if applicant want to comment on that request, that would be great.
Yeah.
Parking is a very sensitive issue, so we have studied seriously and also doing our wider community outreach. People are always asking about the parking. So early on, we have our design team and also parking specialist. Luckily, Michelle is here to answer more detailed question.
Okay. First of all, you got my question or request?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Your question is about, can some of the office spaces be shared with the residential, right? So I believe Kylie's intention is that the whole site will have underground parking, and all of that will be shared. So there will be space within that large underground parking that would be shared during the day. It could be used by office workers. At night, it could be used by residents. So, and then each of the individual areas will also have parking that may not be shared. So there will be shared parking in both directions.
Oh, okay. Then that solves the issue, basically. Then we have a lot of open parking from the offices during the nighttime. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you very much to everybody for the presentations this evening. I was actually at the very first council meeting when this project was brought forward in 2017, and remember being blown away at the heights that were proposed and wondering where we were living. But this project has definitely gone through many iterations over the years and has been impacted by COVID. And as many people have said, that the important thing is that you all listened to the community. And I just want to say, I know Miss Sun is she's hiding back there tonight, but it's very nice to see you, Miss Sun. Haven't seen you in a while, but I so appreciate how Kylie has reached out to the community continuously and had community meetings, both online during COVID and then in person in your facility, to make sure that every voice was heard. One of the conversations, one of my favorite conversations with you was regarding the supermarket. And Rita's laughing, but one of the potential supermarkets that we talked about was Trader Joe's. And because it seems like Santa Clara has every supermarket except Trader Joe's, and how much people would like to have a Trader Joe's. So I'm hoping that can somehow become a reality at some point, because I know it would be very welcome by so many residents, and not just the city of Santa Clara residents, but also the city of Sunnyvale. I know that this project is going to be very close to the Sunnyvale border, and it's very walkable, so this project makes it a very nice destination place, both for bicyclists as well as pedestrians, as well as the other uses that it will be used for. Let me see. Regarding the parking, I'm hearing a lot of comments about parking, and my concern. I like where the parking is right now, and I hope it won't be touched, because as the north side has developed, and not just like Tasman East or this area, but other parts of Santa Clara, like over near Lawrence Station, there have been projects built with insufficient parking. And even over in Tasman East right now, there are some projects with insufficient parking, and it's creating a lot of problems. And so I understand the goal that a lot of people have to cut back on, the car usage, but at the same time, people still like to use their cars, despite the fact that this is going to be near a very transit-oriented area. So leave the parking. Don't mess with the parking, okay? Because then I get the complaints, and even though I'm going to be termed out shortly, it really does bother me when I get those complaints. But again, going back to the fact that this is still going to be an area that's going to provide access to trails and encouraging biking and pedestrian activity. And I also hope that it will encourage, Ann Kepner called in and talked about Mission College. Yes, I hope that there will be a lot of benefits to Mission College in terms of housing for teachers as well as students because of its accessibility. Again, going back to how this project has pivoted during COVID, it also caused architects to redesign and make the buildings more outdoorsy, more outdoor space, as well as the open space. So there'll be more outdoor space for commercial uses as well as the open space. So, and then in terms of affordable housing, I hear the comments about affordable housing, but again, as has been addressed, the tax benefits that will be derived as a result of this project that can then be taken, or the fees can be used from this project to then put towards future affordable housing projects, like was done with Santa Clara Square, then building St. Anton's, which is affordable workforce housing that's in the Tasman area, has benefited the area immensely. So I see there's a lot of opportunities that will come about, and Mary Grizzle has left, but I'm also hoping that this project will derive the fees and benefits that will go towards building our downtown and addressing those needs as well. So I do, obviously, I think it comes across that I support this project, and I thank you again for all the outreach that you've done. I'm proud to be able to support the project before I do term out of office, because I've been a part of this from the very beginning, and glad that you were finally able to bring it to us tonight. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a comment about parking as well, because I hear that people are talking about people who prefer to use their cars. And I think that if you've got more than one job, if you've got more than 0 children, if you have a disability, you need to use your car. I think that before we start limiting parking and removing parking, we need to put in more options. I call it the cat scratching analogy, which is you can't just tell your cat to stop scratching the furniture. You have to provide a scratching post first. And once you do that, once you provide an alternative for the cat to stop scratching the furniture, you can then say stop scratching the furniture. But to remove parking without putting in the transit options, without addressing why people need to use their cars, that's something that we really need to think about. It's not as easy as, well, parking costs us this much. We want people to reduce using cars. Again, if we want people to reduce their use of cars, then we need to find some ways to reduce their use of cars. Removing parking doesn't do that. Removing parking actually kind of attacks the businesses that need customers to come and show up. I mean, it's very clear. I mean, there's that line that it's so busy. There's so many people there that nobody goes anymore. And I think those are the kinds of places that we're looking for. We want places that are full of people because, again, parking is the first line of defense for any business. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and support the motion. I want to say, like Councilmember Watanabe, I've been around since this project was first proposed. What was it, like 60 stories with some kind of orb on the top of the building, and it's really evolved into something that's really great. And I think that you've done an excellent job of outreach to our community. I know this has changed multiple times over the years, and I just wish the market was a little better so that we can assure that this thing it actually gets built. So I just want to say that I certainly would support any help that is needed to get this project built. I know the market's going to change hopefully very soon, and we'll be able to see this develop, because I think that area out there, this is going to be bring a different dynamic to that area. Once you have a residential development and the mixed use, there's a vibrancy that comes along with it. And I see the synergy between this project and the Patrick Henry development and Mission College, and everything out there working together. This is going to be a valuable linchpin in the whole plan out there. I saw what Rivermark did to the north side when we finally did get a grocery store out there. I'm looking at the 10,000 square foot model for your grocery store, and the only thing that really will fit there is a Trader Joe's. I can't think of anything else. I mean, they have those little small things, but for 10 to 15,000 square feet, I mean, that's perfect for that, if hopefully that works out. That sort of comes at the end. You need the critical mass of people first. I understand that. But I think that Rivermark changed our north side. Santa Clara Square changed the first real mixed-use project we had in our business area, and I think this will do the same out there. So, however I can help in the future to get this going and get it built, I will certainly support it. But I will support the motion. So, well done, good job. All right, City Clerk. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, congratulations, and we're going to take a 15-minute break to 10:20. Thank you. Could I ask everyone to take their seats, please? Could everyone take their seats, please? All right, we're going to move on now to item number 6, which is also a public hearing, action on a resolution amending rate schedules for electric services for all classes of customers to increase electric rates and charges in each rate schedule by 5% and make other modifications effective January 1st, 2025. I will declare the public hearing open. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Javon Grogan, City Manager, and members of the City Council and members of the public. The 5% rate increase presentation that you're going to receive tonight, I want to remind you that that was also included in our budget estimate for the current budget year of 24-25. And there are really 3 key reasons for that rate increase. One is the increasing cost of renewable energy. You will remember that we recently brought an item to you due to contract increases, and we had to renegotiate due to market increases for renewable energy. Second one is increasing material, labor, and supply for both construction and maintenance projects, as well as maintaining healthy reserves for the enterprise. So tonight's presentation will be presented by Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer, as he comes to the podium.
Thank you very much.
He's walking slow tonight.
Bring your coffee with you. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be here tonight. And I was sitting a little farther away tonight, so it took me a few more seconds to get here, but I did bring my own water this time.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so I don't have to ask in the middle of the presentation like I did, I think, the last 2 times.
Good. We were going to say something about that.
I know. I got to come better prepared. I'll bring a water bottle next time, too. So thank you again for having me tonight. I am here to discuss, as the city manager mentioned, the proposed rate increase for Silicon Valley Power for this year that would be effective January of 2025. So from an agenda perspective, I am going to talk a little bit about sales and funding background, just about 3 slides, because I know we have that discussion on a regular basis, kind of how our sales and funding functions. Then I'll jump directly into the SVP rate increase, starting out with the outreach and notices, talk about the rate increase, some of the cost drivers associated with it, and the city manager went through those in some detail already, and then just some of the impacts and comparisons, as we always do with other utilities as well as PG&E. So, went too fast. So just as a reminder, and you see this as part of my bi-yearly reports, our retail sales for 23-24 was about $674 million. And this just gives you a good perspective on what we talk about often, right? That a lot of our, and most of our sales are really related to industrial sales, which were about almost 92%, about $608 million of the $674 million. And about $40 million of the $674 million are residential. So really, the majority, big majority, is really industrial sales. As we talked about before, and based on our growth plans, those sales are actually expected to double over the next 10 years. So that's going to be very, very significant. And because we do have a large customer base, some of the items that come up sometimes is what are the benefits associated with that. So I just want to touch lightly on some of those. So some of the benefits of having a large customer base is that we have economies of scale. That's applied when we're talking about major capital projects, right? Because we're able to spread those significant costs amongst a much bigger base. And I'll actually give you an example that I've shown you before, but I'll reiterate today. I think it's allowed us to build local projects that we wouldn't be able to build otherwise, such as DVR, right? Which is a significant benefit to the utility to have that 147 megawatt power generator within the city. We are able to partner with other agencies through JPAs, which help us to stabilize rates. And then we're also able to enter in large power contracts that results in better prices. And one of the things we do, and actually we do this because, for example, as part of NCPA, right? We're the largest member of NCPA.
we actually enter into large contracts, and as good partners, we have smaller utilities take small percentages of those contracts, which actually allows them to get better prices, because we, as a larger utility, are able to get those larger prices and help them as partners that we are. So to give you a perspective on capital project funding, and this is one that you've seen before, which is Scott Receiving Station, right? One of our 4 major projects. Starting off, projects are funded through to different mechanisms, but most of the projects are funded through either our rates, our load development fee, or a combination of rates and load development fee. We also have other projects that are funded through either grants or special, restricted funds, but generally this is how it is. As a reminder, our load development fee is what new development pays when they come in. We charge based on their size. We've actually increased that over the last 3 years by 145 to 330%. So we've done significant increases. And then ultimately those projects are funded by one, the other, or a combination. So the way that works is, for example, for Scott Receiving Station, project construction estimate of $110 million. We do the analysis, but 35% is the load development fee, because that accounts for the reconstruction of the substation that's going to have additional growth. And then 65% is ratepayer fee, because that accounts for the obsolete infrastructure we're replacing. So $38.5 million of that 110 comes from the load development fee, and then the rest come from ratepayers. And to give you an example, right, that's about $71 million. So $65.8 million of that reconstruction will be from an industrial customers, which is about 1,300 meters. And then about $4.3 million will be from our residential customers, which is 52,000 meters. So not doing the math for you, but that gives you a perspective of how the benefit, right, that we have a large customer base, that when we have to reconstruct these projects that everybody does at some point, right? Once the substations are old and obsolete, you have to replace them. Having that large customer base allows us to reduce the costs for our residential customers, because the industrial customers pay a big component of that. So with that, we'll talk to the rate increase and kind of why we're here today. So public outreach, we've done a lot of outreach, Twitter, Facebook, I guess I should say X, but Twitter, Facebook, Nextdoor, website, emails, subscribers. We also posted in the Mercury News and the Weekly, and we've been doing social media monitoring. I think at this point, Kathleen Hughes is with me today. I think we received 2 comments so far on social media, or so 2 or 3 comments. So not too significant, but we've been tracking those. The need for the increase, and the city manager did a great job at going through that, so just a couple of highlights. One is the increase of cost for renewable energy, and just as a reminder, there was a contract that we recently brought back to you that we had to renegotiate just because of the prices. That one was an increase of 50% from what we had seen 3 years ago when we initially entered into the contract. In addition to that, we had a contract that was short-term, and we went long-term on it, and that increase ended up being about 200% plus, just because the market's so competitive right now. And just based on what we're seeing on the clusters for CAISO, we expect that competitiveness to continue for a long time. We also talked about materials as an example, just to give you a perspective. When we're looking at things like transformers, poles, and other equipment that we have to use, we're seeing increases between 20% to 200% in cost. And we're not seeing that is still not slowing down, and it's still taking a lot of time to get those materials. And of course, we have our reserves that we have to make sure we maintain strong reserves. Going back to the natural gas crisis, right, where we had a really tough time, I gave great credit to the team, the work we did through that period, and great thank you to the council for some tough policy decisions. But kind of we were able to get through that. At the time, I told you it might be 3 to 4 years to get out of that. We were able to do it in about 2 years. And once again, thanks for the council for some tough policy decisions along the way to allow us to do that. Some utilities are still kind of fighting their way through what happened during that historic gas crisis. So what does the 5% mean? So up top, you've seen this many times, is the residential rate, right? We broke it down into low user, average user, and high user. And as a reminder, 60% or so of our customers are either low users or average users. So for a low user, that's going to be about $2.40 a month extra. For average users, about $3.37 extra. And of course, if you're a higher user, 1,000 kilowatt hours, about $8.30 a month. Then we also, of course, have our commercial industrial charge. And I'm going to focus On, when you look at the small businesses and the commercials, you have, $12. But as you get to our large industrials, which are our CB6, the average rate increase is going to be $140,000 a month. And then if you look at our 5 largest customers, that 5% will be about $278,000 a month. So that just to give you a perspective as to what that 5% means. We always show you this, and I know, any rate increase is always a concern, but this is just to give you a perspective, right? Because all utilities are dealing with the same issues throughout the state. So we do still have the lowest rates for any utilities above 10,000 customers. And then from PG&E, just focusing on those residential rate, at this point, we will be at 59% below PG&E in residential, and you can see the rest of the percentages for our other uses as well. So one of the things we've done, and we always do this every time and we talk to you about it, is that we do take every opportunity to try to offset this cost whenever we have financial flexibility, whether it's credits and allowances that we don't need. Sometimes we have additional RA that's not needed. We'll take those values and convert them to dollars to try to minimize the rate increases. We have started doing all our negotiations to hedge on our future gas costs as well, to be able to make sure we have stable rates in future years. And we've done a lot over the last year to do that. And then ultimately, because any rate increase is a rate increase especially for people who are in need, we have our customer programs and support with our existing rate assistance programs, which I'll talk about. And also we have efficiency rebates, and we continue to expand our efficiency rebate menu, and we'll continue to do that. From our rate assistance program, we do have our FRAP, and that's at a 25 to 40% discount, depending on kind of what level you're at. And I think we have about 1,300 customers who are participating in that. And then we also have our LIHEAP program, where we have about 300 customers who participate in that one. So we try to encourage people who qualify to participate in those programs, and we have over 1,000 customers who are currently part of it. So with that, staff recommends that council adopt the resolution amending the rate schedule for all classes of customers for a 5% increase effective January 1st, 2025. And of course, I'm available, Kathleen and I are available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Manuel. Before I go to the public, is there any questions from council members? All right, seeing none. Oh, now there is. Councilmember Jane.
Sorry. I know you compared that we're 59% for residential below PG&E. Can you tell us what their rate increase was?
Well, sorry, I don't know if there's any other questions. I apologize.
All right, is there any other questions? Is that your only question? Okay, one question.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head what the rate increase is. I think with PG&E, what we've seen over the last couple years is that they've done rate increases at different times throughout the year. So it hasn't just been one rate increase, but we can get that information for you and send it back to council. But I know as recent as a few months ago, they had done like a 10 or 13% rate increase. And a few months before that, they had done an increase as well. But we can get a summary for you and get that to the council.
Sure, I can provide a little clarity. So for October 1, 2024, the PUC approved a $6 a month rate increase for PG&E electric rates. That was the 4th rate increase that occurred in 2024. So we'll provide you with the additional information on the other PG&E rate increases that occurred in 2024. And if we can find what % of that is their average bill, we'll provide that as well.
You said 4 in one year?
Yes.
That's why I can't, off the top of my head, I know it's been multiple ones. It's hard to keep track of all of them.
Suffice it to say, our rate increase is less than PG&E's.
Yes, I can assure you that.
Okay.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this potential rate increase? Nobody here. Do we have, I don't see anyone online. All right, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? Motion and second to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. May I have a motion to approve the recommendation?
Motion to approve staff's recommendation of 5% rate increase.
Second.
Motion and a second. Councilmember Park, your light's on.
Yes, I'd like to thank Director Pineda for the presentation again. I mean, I hear about the rate increases that PG&E is doing. I hear about how we've got 4 in 1 year. And again, I think that it's not enough that we have the lower rates. I mean, I think when I look at other plans, there aren't a lot of lower plans. I mean, I can find a few, but I don't know that that's worthwhile. But at the same time, we've got to be cognizant. I know that we've got assistance for people who don't, that are in fixed incomes, that don't have a lot of money. But we need to realize that every time we raise a rate by a percentage greater than cost of living increases that people get, especially people on fixed incomes, that we're affecting them. We're taking away from their spending money. Again, it's not enough that we have the lower rates. We have to be cognizant of how we're affecting our residents. I always talk about this, which is I know a lot of the people in my neighborhood, my district, that are on fixed incomes. And to be honest, their incomes aren't growing with the cost of living in the area. And this is why every increase, we can't just say, well, we're still low. We have to look at the effect that these increases are having on the residents. I do have a couple of questions. I was hoping that there would be some questions from the audience. But I mean, industrial sales is 90%, and I know that 90% is great because that means that 90% goes to supporting our infrastructure needs. But at the same time, my question is, does that mean that the infrastructure is 90% supporting industrial? Do we have any projects that support only residential uses? And in those cases, like what would the cost be if we had mostly industrial supporting the industrial? I mean, we kind of do with the breakdown, but if we had the industrial users supporting the industrial uses, because some of the projects that I've heard are because of the industrial uses. The commercial uses, the industrial uses are increasing their need. Their companies are expanding. We've got data centers coming online. And it just seems to a lot of residents, I mean, by percentages, I understand how it goes, but it seems to residents that a lot of those projects are necessitated by the industrial customers. And what other customers, I guess, other than industrial residential? I see that 1.2 million for the, I believe it's on slide 5, for the Scott receiving stations, only for discussion, but 1.2 million is probably coming from municipal and commercial sources. And I understand that's how the breakdown goes, but to residents who are looking at projects necessitated by industrial uses, it just seems like it's not fair. Right.
Go ahead, Manuel.
Yeah, happy to add a little more detail to that. So I think, just on the first comment, certainly acknowledge that any increase, right, is something that we're always very careful with, and we always try to maximize, as I mentioned, as part of the process, right? We do things like sell RECs that we don't need, look at the value of the RA that we have that's not necessary, and we use all those funds to try to limit the rate increase. I think the reason for the comparison is not to say, yay or nay. It's really because all utilities are affected by the same factors. So it gives you a perspective when we're all affected by the same factors, that we're still be able to maintain very competitive rates as we align with this other utilities. Because we're all buying the same equipment, the same materials, and we're all competing for the same power. On the projects, and when we talk about industrial and what industrial pays in residential, that's what this slide is intended to show, right? So what we do when we have a project is we assign certain costs of that project to industrial, assign certain costs of that project to residential, assign certain costs of that project to commercial. So when you have a project like the Scott Receiving Station, right, that's a I think at this point it's like 60 or 70 years old, somewhere in that range, that we have to replace at some point. We look at the cost of the replacement, and then we look at the cost that's associated with expansion of the utility. So what's associated with expansion is paid by load development fee, and that's what the fee's for. Is when new development comes in, whether it's industrial, residential, whatever it is, majority is industrial or large office, they pay for that portion that's to increase capacity. And then for where we're replacing old or obsolete infrastructure, which we all have to do, right? Because you can't wait till transformers go bad to replace it, otherwise you'll have blackouts. Then we assign that to existing ratepayers. And then when we do the existing ratepayers, based on the customer base, we assign the cost associated for each customer. So when you look at something like this, that's 110 million, and that number's not quite exact, but it helps us with the math. 35% is paid by the load development fee, 38.5 million, 65% by ratepayers. And of that, 65.8 million is for the industrial customers because they're 92% of the customer base of existing ratepayers, and 4.3 from residential. So whenever you do a substation, even if we were just replacing the infrastructure without looking for growth, that project would still be tens of millions of dollars. And if we didn't have a larger customer base, that residential portion would be more significant, and then it would increase the rates for residentials more so we could pay for it. So we do that full breakdown. We assign costs to development, and then we assign costs to growth, assign costs to replacement, and then we assign costs to each user depending on the customer that it is. So we do take all that into account.
So, and I understand what you mean by when we talk about maintenance, but when we're talking about things like expansion, when the expansions are required by increased industrial uses, like what happens in those cases?
Yeah, so the load development fee pays for the expansion portion of it. So in this case, right, what we're saying is that of the $110 million project, 35% is for expansion and 65% is for replacement of existing infrastructure. So that expansion cost is being paid by the load development fee, which is paid by the new development.
I see.
City manager.
I think you just articulated that very well, Manuel, but can you also talk about your community outreach efforts and SVP 101 course that you're offering? Because, council member, we've heard that as well, where community members think that residential customers are paying more as a percentage, and this is a great example. And so one of the things we want to do is to provide some data and facts out there. And so SVP is working on a SVP 101 course to really educate the community about the reality.
Actually, I think that that's what's necessary. I mean, we've had this discussion in study sessions, and we know what the answer is. But at some point, there persists this, the idea, and I think that it's reasonable that people think this. And at the same time, again, my comment about it's not enough that we have low rates, that we maintain low rates. We also have to be cognizant of how we affect people on fixed incomes. I mean, people with fixed incomes aren't always low enough to qualify for need programs, but at the same time, we're creating increases larger than their bonuses, larger than their cost of living increases for their salaries. And every single time we do that, we're taking away from their spending money.
So definitely, and that's, as I mentioned earlier, we try to be very aware of that, and we always try to kind of do whatever we can to keep the rates at as reasonable as we can based on the factors that us and other utilities are affected by. Regarding the SVP 101, so we are doing an SVP 101 communication to the community, and actually Kathleen's going to be leading that charge, so I'm glad she moved up to front. So, and we actually already scheduled the first meeting. It's scheduled for December 9th, so it's coming up in a couple of weeks here in council chambers.
Can you invite the council as well to the 101? Thank you.
We just scheduled everything. Initially, we were going to try to do it in November. It didn't quite work out. We're doing it December 9th. We'll invite the council as well. And Kathleen and the team has put a really good presentation together that does talk about kind of our industrial base, our customer base, gives some history in the utility, and a lot of other details that hopefully will be helpful as well, and we'll be there to answer as many questions as the public has to try to kind of paint the picture and provide some facts associated with it.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, you have a question or comment? And we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So coming back to Councilor Park's comments about residential users who cannot pay, we have a slab up to 200 kilowatt hours. We have a fixed rate, and then for the residential, and then I don't know what the next slab is, basically. So if you want to help those residential customers, and as mentioned, 6% is the residential is only 6%. Can we increase those slabs increase the slab instead of 200 kilowatt hour? Let's say we do 300 first slab and decrease the rate by a little bit, and next slab decrease the rate by a little bit. And because most of our revenue is coming from 1,000 plus kilowatt hour per month customers, can we do that to safeguard those residential customers? What's the criteria for designing those slabs, and who designs the rate for those slabs?
Yeah, so let me just follow up on a question just to make sure, because I think we're taking two different things here. Are you talking about our assistance program? Or you're talking about just our typical rates, right?
Regular tiers.
That's what I wanted. So that's why I wanted to clarify that.
Regular tiers.
Right. So basically, as part of rate setting, right, we kind of have the rates, and what we do as part of our rate, we just apply it. The idea of changing kind of specific rates and how they change from, like, depending on how much you're using or not, we probably would have to do a cost of service study and analysis associated with that comes with other things that we would have to look at. We can't just pick and choose items to change them and without kind of knowing what the consequence might be of that. So we are in the process of selecting a consultant for that process. Don't know exactly what the timeline is going to be to complete that work. So we will have to look at it holistically.
Okay, but it's doable.
You know what? I think, like I said, when you do that sort of study, you just don't pick one element of it. You have to look at it as a whole, and then the outcomes will be what the outcomes will be. So we'll have to take a look at it if we move forward with it, look at it as a whole and see kind of what the ultimate numbers are. But you can't just say, I want to lower this rate and this rate, because ultimately it has to be based on the cost of service. And historically, the city, per Prop 26, what we do is we apply it across the board, the increase. If we want to change that, we have to have a basis for it.
Oh, no, what I'm saying across the increase will be across the board. But if the base is lowered for first 200 kilowatt hour or next 200 kilowatt hour, if the base is decreased, then automatically residents get, like, even if a business, let's say there's a business who using 200 kilowatt hour a month, for them also it decreased. It's not a question that they're not. I think rather we should be supporting the people who are using less electricity, they're saving the environment and they're doing benefit. So decrease the rates for those slabs, first 2-3 slabs, and we should be good. Basically.
I'm hearing the comment. I think every time, like I said, we make a change, there's a consequence associated with that change. And I just can't tell you without doing any analysis kind of what that would mean or would not mean. So
okay.
We hear the comment. We'll take that back and see if there's any basis for any modifications.
Perfect.
Without looking at the whole thing completely.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion and second on the floor. City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register in a minute. Please register your vote. Everyone registered their vote? There you go. That passes 6-1 no. 6-1. All right. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Manuel, Kathleen. Appreciate it. Oh, no, we were going to comment on that. Okay. Next, another public hearing, our last one for this evening. Item number 7, action on a vesting tentative parcel map at 4590 Patrick Henry Drive for the creation of 2 lots. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. As you noted, this is a required public hearing for the creation of 2 lots for a proposed multifamily development project to dedicate a 0.55 acre public park to the city. The site is within the Patrick Henry specific plan. Again, Rena Briel, our Director of Economic Development and Sustainability, will provide tonight's presentation. Rena.
Hope you're getting overtime, Rena.
Hopefully this will go by very quickly for you all. So as as the city manager mentioned, this is a vesting tentative map to allow for the subdivision of 1 lot into 2 in order to allow the dedication of a public park, a 0.5 acre public park to be dedicated to the city. The project site is 2.7 acres in size. It has a zoning designation of urban village, which is a designation in our Patrick Henry Drive specific plan. And currently there are light industrial uses surrounding it and Calabasas Creek to the west. However, as you know, this is our Patrick Henry Drive specific plan, and a good number of these buildings are proposed as high-density residential, as well as some of them to be office industrial uses as well. This particular project was approved from a design standpoint just recently at our architectural review hearing on November 13th at the staff level development review hearing. What's included is 284 residential units, 42 of which are affordable. In our Patrick Henry Drive specific plan, the requirement is actually 555, so 5 very low, 5 low, and 5 moderate. And so these 42 units will be spread accordingly. There are 324 vehicle parking stalls with EV chargers, 303 bicycle racks. The project is 8 stories in height, and it will include a turnkey park that is 0.55 acres in size, and it also includes payment to the city of $8 million. The project will pay the city $8 million in park fees. Here's really the breakdown of the 2 lots, with the residential component taking up the majority of the site. But this public park is contemplated in our Patrick Henry Drive specific plan in this proportional share of the project's contribution to the larger park area, because when a property to the south redevelops, they will also be building a public park, and so there will be a larger park that is combined with this smaller piece right now. And so for the council to consider, the vesting tentative parcel map did receive clearance from our city's subdivision clearance committee, and it was determined complete on April 2nd, 2024. The proposed subdivision is consistent with the general plan, Patrick Henry Drive specific plan, and the zoning designation of the applicable codes. The proposed subdivision is going to create this new 0.55 acre public park out of an entire park that will be combined to be 1.75 acres in size, and as identified in the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan. And so the staff recommendation is for the council to determine that the project utilize the Patrick Henry Drive EIR per section 2108.3 and 15183 of the CEQA guidelines, and to approve the vesting tentative parcel map to subdivide 1 lot into 2 at 4590 Patrick Henry Drive.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Would the applicant like to speak? So please come forward.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. And thank you, Rena, for that presentation. It was actually so good. I almost feel like, what can I add to that? But if you can put up my PowerPoint, thank you very much. So I want to say I'm Katya Kamangar, and I'm joined by James Sa, my business associate. We're both consultants and registered lobbyists here in Santa Clara. We represent the owner and the applicant on this evening. So as you know, the architecture and the schematic park plan was approved last week. And so we're here for the final step, and that is to subdivide the lot into 2 parcels. Next slide, please. So here's an aerial view of the land. I'll give you just a little bit of background. So it backs up to Calabasas Creek, and on the other side of the creek is city of Sunnyvale. This is a part of the Patrick Henry specific plan. We're on the western edge here, and we're only the second project to come forward in this new plan. There currently is a 42,000 square foot light industrial building on the property. It has been vacant for the past 4 years, which has been a challenge for the property owner. Next slide, please. So here's the tentative map showing the 2 legal parcels, the residential on top, and then the half-acre park on the bottom. Next slide, please. And as Rena mentioned, the property is zoned for urban village. It allows 100 to 149 units to the acre, and it's per the specific plan also contemplating this half-acre park at the southern property line, which would later become a larger park. Next. And here's a plan view of our proposal. The building fronts onto Patrick Henry Drive, has 284 rental residences, 15% affordable as per the specific plan. The building is 8 stories and 86 feet in height, whereas I want to point out that the specific plan allows it to be on this particular property up to 12 stories and up to 160 feet tall. So we are significantly lower in size and scale, about half the permitted height, so reduced impacts in that way. We have 324 parking spaces, including EV capability. And on the bottom of this image, you see the half-acre park that will be deeded to the city, will be maintained by the owners, and will be fully turnkey. And there's been an extensive process, public process, to do the programming for it, and we're excited about that. And later, it will become a larger 1.75-acre park. Next slide, please. So here's the elevation from Patrick Henry Drive, created by BAR Architects with high-quality materials. You see the entry drive on the left and a small glimpse of the park on the left side. We'll be installing a buffered bike lane along the frontage, and we have over 300 bicycle parking spaces, much of it in a secure room, and this is pursuant to the specific plan, most of you know. Next slide, please. So here's just a couple of renderings I want to share with you about the park. This shows the grass that we have, and we also went through an extensive public process, the survey for the parks. Next slide, please. The park also has an area that has a lot of larger oaks, native oaks, and native understory. So really nice contemplation area closest to the creek area. We heard a lot of residents wanting to have shade in the park. So this zone in particular offers that. Next slide, please. And then in the middle of the park, we have more of an active zone. It's designed for all ages and abilities. It has bocce, ping pong, cornhole, and these musical instruments. So a lot of activity and programming we're excited about. Next slide, please. So lots of public outreach. Obviously, you had the specific plan process, but then in addition to that, the remaining items are just outreach that we did as part of our project process. Next slide, please. And really, truly, this proposal implements your vision for the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan area. So we're excited about that because you're really transforming this 75-acre part in your north city, and we're also excited about the potential for Trader Joe's in this part of the city as well. But mostly excited about the opportunity to deliver more housing for Santa Clara and this region, including 42 affordables, doing it in a very sustainable way, near public transit, and delivering a public park, and complying with the objective standards of your zoning code, and we're excited about it. And next slide is just looking forward to your approval for our tentative map, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, does anybody have questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, Katya.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to the public now. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this project? Someone online? Oh, Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I noticed she had mentioned Trader Joe's. Now, is that the other developer that might be putting in Trader Joe's? Because, yeah, we definitely need a Trader Joe's in Santa Clara. I know there's one in Sunnyvale and San Jose, but yeah, I guess maybe that's Kylie that's doing that. Now, the low income, like was mentioned before, the restrictions are pretty narrow, especially with the BMR purchase. My oldest daughter, she tried the BMR purchase. Her husband has a bachelor's in IT. He works from home now in Elk Grove. They bought a house out there, but I am glad that they bought out there because the restrictions are very narrow for BMR purchasing. It's very tough to make those requirements. And I think it is important to find housing for the service people in our area, because a lot of them are probably living in their cars or the RVs that I see out here. So I think, yeah, we definitely need more low-income housing and housing that at a lower cost than what's been presented in the past, because, yeah, it is still just too high. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments? Seeing none, may I ask the applicant if you'd like to make any other comments based upon our one public comment? No. Okay. Thank you. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Katya, for the presentation, and thank you, James, for being here this evening. I know there's a lot of this project that you haven't talked about tonight, but I know you've put a lot of work into working not just with the staff, but also with the surrounding neighborhoods, and making sure that this is something that will be pleasing to them, and you've done extensive outreach, and even in terms of the height of the development. I mean, you've really gone above and beyond, and even with the park, creating a nice use of space right now, great placemaking, and with the accessibility to the Calabasas Creek, I think makes it a really desirable place to live. And so with that, I want to go ahead and make a motion to adopt a resolution to approve the vesting tentative parcel map to subdivide the existing parcel for the creation of 2 lots at the property located at 4590 Patrick Henry Drive.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, maybe Rena can remind me of the affordability. I think there's very low, extremely low in this. It's part of the Patrick Henry specific plan. And then the second question is, because it's part of the specific plan, is this basically a ministerial approval of the project, of the actual building? And the tentative parcel map is the final step, or is that the initial step? I'm confused about where we are in the process.
So the Patrick Henry Drive affordability requirements are at 50% AMI, 80% AMI, and 120% AMI. So those are the three categories of affordability that each of the units, the total needs to be split into a third, a third, a third. So 14 of each of these units will go into 50, 80, and 120. And then your other question is about ministerial approval. So our architectural review process for housing is really looking at objective standards. We have to follow state law for housing. So that's what we do. We still have a public hearing process to get input, really also for informational purposes for the public. And also sometimes the applicants hear feedback even if they don't need to change things and they realize they can make changes. So, but it is, it's a discretionary process, but we utilize it only to review it for objective standards, like city standards, zoning standards. We can't say, hey, we'd like this building to be green, which is what we could have done previously with our architectural review process before the state laws kicked in about housing. So this particular step of is unrelated. It is really the subdivision of land and allowing the city to then own fully the parkland that they're required to dedicate to the city.
I guess I wasn't clear. The actual structure, the building, the apartment unit, will that come back to council or it's done?
The architectural approval was done on the 13th. I think we technically have an appeal process that ends tomorrow. Assuming it doesn't get appealed, that would not go to council. It's already been approved then.
That's what I was asking. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much for the applicant bringing this forward. We've been talking about this for a while, and I know that this is only a tentative map approval for a splitting, but where are the people in support of this project? I mean, I think that would be a good thing. I did want to have some comments. I did talk to the applicant several times through this process, and again, seeing the project and people talking about the public spaces, every time I see a seat, I would like to ask for shade. And I think that we also discussed that if we have kids playing there, I love the bocce ball in the image, but it would be also great to have exercise machines or things for adults to do as they're watching their children play. I think that a place like this will probably have some children in it. The playground is intended for children, but I think that while the children are there, there should be places for the adults to sit or even things for adults to do, right, that don't require active attention being pulled away from their children. And that's it. Otherwise, I don't know why we wouldn't do this to get a park for the city. Thank you.
City Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
And Madam Mayor, if I just might, staff's recommendation, although not included on the agenda and the PowerPoint, includes a determination that the project utilize the existing EIR for purposes of your action. And so I'd ask that the maker and seconder of the motion include that as part of the action.
Yes. Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience as well. Appreciate it. We really do. All right, reports of members of special committees, council member 030 requests. Councilmember Park.
So I did attend the National League of Cities conference in Tampa last week. The conference was very AI heavy. As someone who works in AI, I kind of feel that a lot of the tracks, there was an AI talk in almost every track that we had. And I feel that a lot of the tracks were really not helpful for people who don't know about AI that are trying to implement AI. I felt that it was a lot about here's knives. Knives can help you cut. Knives can help you with your life, but we're not going to tell you about any dangers that knives can cause. And that's how I felt about the AI. But at the same time, it was a beautiful conference. Got to meet a lot of people, talk to a lot of people about things affecting their city, including homelessness, of course, trying to get things like safe parking into cities. And this is one of the reasons that we should all go to conferences like this, to get a larger view of what other cities are doing. I've got a report, and I've got a couple of presentations that I will share with the city manager in our one-on-ones, but I thought it was a very worthwhile conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add that I attended a press conference yesterday down at Congregation Sinai in San Jose. It was an outreach as part of a program created by JCRC that is demonstrating the vibrancy, diversity, and values of the Bay Area Jewish community. It was attended by invited electeds, including Mayor Matt Mahan. The district attorney was also present, as well as other electeds and community members in the Bay Area. And I just want to quote something that was stated by Mayor-elect Raj Salwan from Fremont, and he stated at this press conference that hate does not exist in isolation, and it grows stronger when met with silence. Hate against one group is hate against all of us. To my friends in the Jewish community, you are not alone. So it was a great opportunity to just bring awareness to anti-Semitism and how to continue to work together and support each other to eliminate it. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, Executive Director report?
No report.
All right, seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn? Motion and a second to adjourn. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.